Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
For military aid for Ukraine, I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. President Biden has ordered more U.S. military equipment to Ukraine.
The president praised Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky after his address to Congress.
He was convincing and significant speech.
The president authorized an additional $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine. That means transferring equipment to Ukraine's military, including anti-aircraft systems, anti-armor shoulder-mounted missile systems, firearms, and grenades.
This will include drones, which demonstrates our commitment to sending our most cutting-edge systems to Ukraine for its defense.
The president said he would not comment on an effort to transfer fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The United Nations International Court of Justice today ordering Russia to stop hostilities in Ukraine.
Ukraine Representative Anton Koronevich says the ruling also requires that Russia
shall take no further steps in aggravating the situation and in continuation of the military operation.
Because it's a UN court, it's a binding ruling. But Russia, which did not take part in early court arguments, maintains the court has no jurisdiction to govern its use of force in Ukraine.
Fox's Gernal Scott. With inflation rising, Fed Chair Jerome Powell today announced an increase in a benchmark interest rate by 0.25 percentage point, the first hike since 2018.
The economy is very strong, and against the backdrop of an extremely tight labor market and high inflation, the committee anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate.
That move will eventually mean higher consumer and business loan rates. A 7.3 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima in Japan today. 11 years ago, the region was hit by a deadly 9.0 quake and tsunami that destroyed a nuclear facility, emitting radiation that still makes some areas uninhabitable. America's listening to Fox News.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
A male nurse who worked at Oregon's only women's prison is accused of sexually assaulting a dozen inmates.
The federal indictment charges 37-year-old Tony Daniel Klein with 21 counts of inflicting cruel and unusual punishment on the women by sexually assaulting them. He's also charged with 4 counts of perjury for lying during a deposition taken as part of a lawsuit charging him with sexual misconduct at the Coffee Creek Correctional Facility. If he's found guilty, Klein could be sentenced to life in a federal prison. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Saudi Arabia's octogenarian monarch underwent medical tests today and had the battery of his pacemaker changed, according to the state-run Saudi press agency. King Salman's health is closely watched because he holds absolute power in the kingdom. The monarch has appointed his 36-year-old son, Prince Mohammed, as his successor, though he's already also empowered him to lead day-to-day affairs. March Madness action begins soon.
The Horizon League champs of Wright State will take on Big Dance first-timers in the Bryant Bulldogs, champs in the Northeast Conference this year. Winner of that matchup in Dayton, Ohio today will go on to the round of 64 in the bracket, serving as the 16th seed in the South region and facing top seed Arizona on Friday. Tip-off in that one at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time. That's followed by a showdown for the 11th seed in the West region as Rutgers squares off against Notre Dame. Winner of that one will take on 6th seed Alabama on Friday. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
The World Health Organization says the number of new coronavirus deaths reported worldwide fell by 17% in the last week, even as COVID-19 infections rose. The biggest increase in cases were seen in the Western Pacific and Africa, where infections rose by 29% and 12% respectively. Elsewhere, cases dropped by more than 20% in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and the Americas. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Thursday, March 17. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The Democratic Party of Guam's executive director has been arrested for drunk driving. Police responded to a possible crash in Tumon early yesterday morning and found 27-year-old Chirag Bajwani with bloodshot, watery eyes and smelling of alcohol. Bajwani, who is also Director of Policy of Communications for Vice Speaker Tina Munya Barnes, claimed he only had 2 beers and stated he wanted his lawyer present. Court documents state Bajwani was changing his shoes and lost his balance when he attempted to lift his foot. Officers found an open beer bottle in the back seat. Democratic Party Chairman Tony Babauta issued a statement expressing his disappointment in Bajwani's poor judgment and insisted that he focus on himself and responsibly deal with the issue while on leave from party matters. He was released after spending hours in jail. A Dedido vape shop has been vandalized for the second time since opening in January. 2 individuals were seen damaging surveillance cameras on the side of the building of Puff Supply Guam's Dedido location on Isangsang Road. Store manager Darian Charfaris says he thinks they tried to make a purchase hours before the cameras were damaged. He recalls carding them and they did not have any ID. Puff Supply took to social media to post the surveillance footage, which showed the 2 individuals jumping up and hitting the cameras until very little could be seen. Charfaris says the employee working at the shop that night was not hurt. And the investigation continues as police wait for the autopsy results for the child who was brought to the Estumbo fire station early Tuesday morning. A 5-year-old boy was rushed to the fire station with injuries and transported to GRMC, where he was later pronounced dead. The cause of death has not been released. GPD says they are waiting for a medical examiner to fly in from Hawaii to conduct the autopsy. And a man is suing the U.S. government for negligence and malpractice. Peter F. Rivera says he had a total thyroid removal at Naval Hospital in early 2019, only to be told a few weeks after the surgery that there was no cancer found in his thyroid. The lawsuit states that Naval Hospital staff negligently breached their duty of care to him as a patient by failing to take reasonable steps to establish a correct diagnosis and performing unnecessary surgery. Rivera is seeking special and general damages amounting to $1.5 million. We'll have more news after this. There could be some relief on the way for veterans who were affected by Agent Orange. A federal measure named the Honoring Our Pact Act of 2021 was recently passed in the U.S. House of Representatives, which expands eligibility for hospital and medical care for veterans that appear to be affected with herbicide exposure between January 9, 1962 and July 31, 1980. Agent Orange is a mixture of herbicides sprayed from low-flying U.S. military aircraft to defoliate trees as a tactic to reveal hiding enemies and was first used in the Vietnam War. There is debate about its use on Guam, and official reports say Agent Orange had not been used on the island. However, in 2017, Guam veterans claimed that Agent Orange had been sprayed on Guam. Although these claims were denied by the federal government, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs noted 14 diseases on Guam that are associated with Agent Orange, such as bladder cancer and Parkinson's disease. The next step for the Honoring Our Pact Act is the U.S. Senate. If passed, it will be a big step towards reparations towards veterans. And finally, Samsung E&C America has offered to settle its case with the contractor's license board for erosion problems at the Mangilao Solar Project. The board is one of several agencies taking action against Samsung after a lack of proper erosion and sediment controls led to sludge contamination at Marbo Cave last year and originally voted on a $25.5 million fine. Samsung's settlement offer was $250,000, but the board's acting executive director, Linda Ibanez, recommended $300,000. She says Samsung apologized and brought in a crew to clean up and accept the responsibility. She adds both the government and the contractor are working in good faith. And those are your top stories on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
But wait.
Oh, you know, you said you had weather.
I changed my mind because we originally started with the threat of a $25.5 million fine against these guys for ruining one of our pristine and most natural and beloved spots up in Jigo, and so we're settling for $300,000.
Yeah.
Was it $300,000? Everybody gets a phone, right? I mean, can we do that? I'll take a what's the new one? 22, I think is the new Samsung.
Samsung 22.
But I heard the screens crack. But anyway, so I'm just saying. So that's what we did here. This because they're in good faith.
Yeah, man.
Somebody's down there.
So all you have to do is say sorry.
Somebody's down there every day with a broom and a dustpan. We'll get it all. Just trust me, we'll get it all, guys. Well, it's an interesting solution to the problem that we've got there. Although I think the free phones idea works out for me and just about everybody else. 6:12. Here is your weather, Donna. We've got partly sunny skies today. Highs near 87 degrees. East winds 8 to 15 miles an hour. Put this up on the screen so you can see what sunrise is looking like up at Pam Duvall's house. She's the mom of the program, and she says the sun is trying to come out here this morning. This is what the sun is working against. We've got some clouds up in the sky that's making it partly sunny. Daytime highs today will be 87 degrees. It will feel like 92 degrees. And the smart move here is go and instead of sitting around that hot box you call a house, split, go to the beach. If you're going to be hot, might as well be hot where there's sand and bikinis and beer. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. Overnight low should be about 77 degrees. Easterly winds to 17 miles an hour for Friday. Tomorrow, partly sunny skies, highs near 87, some isolated showers in the forecast. Then there's partly cloudy skies and overnight lows about 77 degrees as it gets to be tomorrow night. Full moon. Have you noticed that?
Oh, it's fat, Ray.
It is.
I saw it this morning. She's so beautiful.
It's the PHAT. That's the kind of fat you're talking about, Brad. Sunrise this morning at 6:27. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:31. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi y Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
I see at 6:14 in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And my friends over at Wendy's, they're your friends too, and they know what you like. The new hot honey chicken biscuit, spicing up your morning. All white meat breakfast chicken filet. Then they drizzle it with hot honey sauce. There's the sound of drizzlage right now on your radio. Served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Viva St. Patrick! Talk like we're Irish today. Because it's St. Patrick's Day, St. Patty's Day. Corned beef and cabbage, green beer, aye.
Thanks for reminding me.
Hey, no problem. And looking around the facility, not one of us has remembered to wear green today. It's just one of those. It's not a.
I'm going to use the school thing, Ray. My underwear is green.
There we go. Not bad. Thank you very much. It's just, we got to figure out a way to make this thing more culturally appropriate here. We got to figure out what is it that St. Patrick is known for. He drove the snakes out of Ireland. So we got to have our own local version of St. Patrick where he drives the snakes out of the legislature. What do you say? Can we do?
Oh, yeah.
Can we do something along those lines here?
That,
Be bad. Find a way to incorporate all of that into the mess tomorrow. That is the month of March, 6:16 in the morning. Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. As usual, thrilled to be, maybe even more thrilled to hear. Yesterday was one of those days where just a bouquet of stories that we get to play around with. Top story this morning is the guy that's the Democratic Party official, legislative staffer, has got himself in a lick of trouble with the law, and I was wondering how am I going to handle this, because it's not like I don't know the guy. It's not like we don't see each other on a regular basis.
Man.
Communicate with emails.
People in your neighborhood.
Exactly. So I'm wondering, and so I've decided I would treat it exactly the same way I would treat any other of what I consider to be amusing magistrate reports. Because you strip out all of the parts, the notability of the name, et cetera, et cetera. It's still, in my mind, one of the more humorous magistrate reports that have come out there. I mean, the whole thing with the hold my shoes.
Yeah.
Can you get my phone out of the back? It's right next to the partially open can of beer here. Just whoa, easy now. So we might spend a little bit of time talking about that and give you a sense. One of the things that I was kind of curious about was how was the Democrat Party going to handle this news? I mean, it's hard news one way or the other. But and I will say this. I'll read you the thing a little bit later on, but I will say, and I did appreciate it. I sent a note of appreciation to Tony Babalta after I saw it yesterday, and I said, thanks for not Ray Tenorio-ing this.
God bless you.
They just, this came out. Look, it is what it is.
Where it's a teaching moment.
Didn't do that teaching moment thing. Didn't go on the apology tour by calling in all of the media and all of that stuff. It just, hey, look, we're not going to prejudge any of the facts. We're just going to give him some time to get his act together. And in the meantime, somebody else will be doing the chores of the Democratic Party on Guam. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. If you follow Candid. And another one where it's an individual that not only do I know, I've worked with, had business dealings with Evan Montville Cohen, and I think it was Real Joe that alerted me yesterday to the story on Candid where his ex-wife
of 3 decades,
has gone to court and said, throw the book at him.
Oh, the big book.
Stick him in a room and lock the door and throw away the key in another room that nobody else, at bottom of the Marianas Trench, and statements from his son. Very, very interesting testimony provided apparently against whether they want to fault media executive, I think is how some people refer to him, as Evan Montville Cohen. Very, very interesting story on that one as well. And then I got a note from somebody who said, hey, are you going to go to the Election Commission at noon tomorrow? I said, why would I do that?
Free beer.
I had not heard that. I didn't. I mean,
you didn't hear that?
If that was the case, yeah, I'd go. But I had not heard that. But apparently, Jimmy Craig Moylan is going to be going to the Election Commission today to file his paperwork for. Are you ready for it now? Say it. Congressman. He wants to represent Guam in the House of Representatives. That's Domino 2. Domino 1 was when Felix and Tony announced their candidacy. And Frank Blas Jr., being the gentleman that he is, takes a step back for the party, takes a step back for the good of the people of Guam, and says, all right, you guys run for governor. And Domino number 2 in Ray Gibson's plan was, no, I planned this all out.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't plan it all. I just predicted a lot of it. And Real Joe was stroking me last night through the WhatsApp going, Mike, you're that good. You are that good. No, I know it didn't sound good, but I think people understand what we're trying to say. But anyway, so remember, I predicted all of this, right? We're going to get somebody like Felix. We're going to get bring out somebody from the past.
You did, man.
And they're going to be running for governor, and then Jimmy Craig is going to run for Congress, and that would allow Mike Sinicolas to run for governor against Lou Leon Guerrero. I mean, things are beginning. First, you got all of that stuff happening. Then you got Chirac stuff, with the DUI, and now we've got the second of the two dominoes that are going to fall. Jimmy's going to make his announcement. We're probably going to officially announce it this morning here, if he hasn't kind of officially done it everywhere. He's even got stationery, bro.
Oh, the season's firing up.
I know it is. Well, as it should be. What have I got? 163 days between now and the primary election, and so you just got to be wondering, what is the attitude? What's the sense? What's the temperature of morale over at Adelup? How are what are they going to come out with today to neutralize this second domino falling? Will there be a statement from the Democratic Party? Will there be a statement from the governor's office? Is Crystal Paco, not Christine, Crystal Paco
San Augustine.
Is she writing something now? Is there a press release that's going to be coming out where they're going to be entertaining? I don't know what's left. Just the end of the public health emergency? Are we going to tease that over? Are we going to tease maybe lifting of the mask mandates?
Oh, freedom is coming.
The driving on the opposite side of the road? I mean, what's it going to be that's really just going to tantalize us? We're going to daylight savings. We'll join the rest of the country and go to daylight savings. That's going to be the big get from the governor's office today. But lots and lots to go over here. And I know I've touched on many of these things, and I'd love to hear your sentiments here on this. And there's a bunch of different ways to do it. 888-825-5888-TALK. Just give me a call. Real Joe, you still answering phones in there?
I do.
Good man. Real Joe's going to get the phone when you call at that telephone number I just got. I'll give it to you again. And if you ever forget it, it crawls very slowly around the bottom of the screen. 7978255 is the WhatsApp meme machine. And if you got some groovy pictures, audios, videos that you'd like to send over, love to get them, put them on the screen. I'm not sure why, but lately I've been having a hard time playing videos. And I thought it was, my machine here. But as it turns out, I'm having a hard time playing videos. Joey Lopez sent me a video.
Yeah.
It's a picture of it looks like it's a guy at a gas station thing, right? You have a gas pump.
Okay, yeah.
And he says, "This is the future of buying gas in America," but I can't play the dang thing, so I don't know. We'll see if we can get that
software,
going. I thought maybe I wanted to get maybe some more of these funny things from Officer Paul Tapau. And play them at high speed. So I'll work through some of those issues. 7978255. That's one way to do it. Hit me up with your comments on Facebook Live. We're streaming to that right now. YouTube Live is online. James Howard representing the resistance over there. We'll check in with those bad boys before too much longer. And in a few more minutes, we've got news and headlines from Donna De Jesus. Good morning, Donna. How you doing?
Morning.
Were you amused yesterday? Were you just like every breaking news that was coming out yesterday? Did you go, this is going to be great. Tomorrow's going to be an awesome day for talk radio?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, whatever. See, just like Mana.
She's suddenly in, Ray.
I know it. This is the happiest day ever. Anyway, 6:23 in the morning. We got lots and lots to talk about, but first we've got to talk about these guys right over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see trouble all around the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh my God, Lorraine is single. Jerome's contractor, Lorraine.
Oh, yeah, the Brazilian.
Yeah, apparently she's single. There's more to that story. I'll get to it later. This is the last thing that just came over on the thing here. Rico B, number one here in the program, number one on the machine. Thanks very much. Always good to see you there, big man. I get the mom of the program, Pam Duvall. Jay Rojas saying aloha.
Mahalos and happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, Jay Rojas. Dan Rasal is there. John Ray Titano. Dennis Larson saying hump day. Well, it is for you. Dennis Larson still goofing off with Viv. Where are they at right now?
They're still humping there.
Don't know about that. It looks like eating. It looks like they're out eating someplace. Some kind of, I don't even know what kind of food that is. It looks expensive, though, right?
It looks Mexican, Ray.
It looks expensive is the point that I'm trying to make here. So there's Dennis.
God, they look great, man.
Can we just, how about fewer pictures with you and more of her? Can we get something like that going, Brad? Anyway, so Dennis Larson is celebrating his hump day over there. Good morning, 93.3. That's S. Jerome McDonald. Tim Zedeker. Gemma Bustamante is online. Scott K. Armstrong is saying good morning, all. Pat Saho. Have a day Laudette, Mike Grace Blas, and Patrick R. Bumba. Have a St. Patrick. Have a St. Patrick's Day. Patrick Bumba is online here this morning. Jose Martinez is online and already
salty.
Salty. Salty says, there's easier ways to request for leave.
I'm sorry.
This is bad. Peter J. Santos is online. Peter, you're spending way too much time. There's a Lulu Bell Leon Guerrero.
Oh, yeah.
And apparently, Peter's, they're mixing it up. They're just, after each other on the social media.
It's Thunderdome on Facebook, bro.
Just unfriend or unfollow or something like that. Block. I'm just saying, but it's entertaining, so keep it up if you want to. There's Keenan McCausland, Lena McDaniel online, Henry Manglonia, and Ken Brown. Ismail says, Woman of the Year, Rachel Levine is looking for a few good men. However, James Howard and Joe Cruz as a tribute. That's kind of interesting and a broad conversation that you can get into. We're waiting for all of the hardcore feminists, right? The peg the patriarchy kind of people to come out and go, wait. How is she the Woman of the Year? She spent the first 40 years of her life as a man.
Yeah.
We don't really kind of. I mean, good, but I don't know about the Woman of the Year thing. Bob and Connie Bartonico online. There's Anita Materni Blas. And then there's a mix something. It's such a long name that you're using, like you're running for office, that my Facebook is actually truncating your name. Keenan McCausland from the upper left-hand corner of the United States is online. Ken Polino. Hava Magandang Umaga, says Rico B. Joe Antitano. Hava to, let me see, Lonnie Salas is there. Joe Cruz.
Hey, morning.
The real Joe Cruz. Nick Perlowski looking for something to growl about. Stand by. We'll get it to you. Don't worry. Hoffa Brown is there. Hoi, kahula jablu. Basta gogatmu. Post Canteen saying Happy St. Patrick's Day. Post Canteen, I forgot the times for your St. Patrick's celebration up at the VFW in Chico. By chance, could you drop that into the Facebook Live information stream, please, so that I can read it out to everybody? Matt Galendez is there. Pretty Sarita Guerin, Danny Guerrero, and Therese Uggan. My bro, hiking buddy, Dean Bates online. Hava Joy and Pinko. Joe Dizon is hanging out. So is Kenny Williams from Top End Pest Control.
Good morning, sir.
Sponsors for the 7:30 cast, and maybe we get Ken on the line and talk about what my friend Tammy was talking about with cats getting bit by LFAs.
Yeah.
And then getting blind and maybe even dying as a result of something like that. And steps that you can take to, obviously you call Top End Pest Control and they'll do what they do. But maybe there are things that you can do right now to protect your home and hearth from these little fire ants. I'm thinking one of these like Stephen King glass domes around the house.
I'm reminded of how bad it hurts.
Just seal out the planet. Just seal everything out here. Tony Uggan, like I said, is online. There's Jane Nauta. Hi, Lauren Michelle. Good to see you. Lauren, you know what I did yesterday? You'll be so proud. She's a running buddy of mine.
Oh, you did run.
I did.
I saw your Strava. I follow you, man.
I didn't know it was going to Strava.
I'm sorry, man.
It's embarrassing.
Dude, it's on. He's going fast.
Well, I went out kind of afternoon-ish yesterday at Teedson. And I thought that'll be all right, because it's Teason. There's always a nice breeze blowing through there, and there's different ways that you can cut the roads. No, you can cut so many different routes that you can do up there. And I thought, I'm going to go for an easy 3. and it ended up to be a really hard 1.5.
man.
And I
But
thought-
you did it. I'm proud of you and Governor
Well,
Torres.
thank you very much. It's my attempt to lose weight. Lauren, got to hang out with me on the road. Inspire me for running. Greg Baz Knight is there. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is online. I see Lou Mendiola there. EOD Kaboom is on. Lou Mendiola is asking, "Where's your green, Ray? Shall I smile and show you my teeth?" They're in there.
Gross,
Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola. One bourbon, one scotch, one beer. God bless you, Dennis. Donna Mila Martinez. Wait, you can sue the U.S. government for malpractice allegedly done at U.S. Naval Hospital. Can Guam's victims of malpractice sue the government of Guam for malpractice allegedly done at GMH? You know, you got a good lawyer. I can sue anything. I'll sue a chicken sandwich. When Roy is online. I got Brad Wood is there. Ton Duk offer to you. What's that, Donna Mila? If they were working in good faith and there would not be any damage to Marble Cave in the first place, $25 million is, it's change for Samsung. I don't know. Did you swing at the first, at the first pitch? My old man said, I can see it one of these things where they come back and say, we're going to fine you $25.5 million. Let's settle for $250,000. Make it $300,000, you got a deal. And I'm going, I'm just asking, Linda, have you ever read the... Huh? Didn't even try.
Maybe it was a fake Samsung text that they got. Yeah. You won.
All right, you're right. We'll settle for $300,000. Way to go. Way to go, guys. Tim Lujan, just call me if you have questions. I'll be happy to walk you through this. I've done countless negotiations. I was helping somebody out with their negotiating for some a new job or something like that. Dude, I got a gym membership and free cable TV.
Nice.
You just gotta ask. Look, if they say no to it, it's fine. There's sacrificial element. No, sorry, can't swing the free TV. And you go, that's all right, but you're still going to give me $175,000 a year. Oh yeah, that's okay. But just the free cable TV, that's a bit much. Why wait? Go spend that $300,000. Timmy Lujan is online. Ronnie Ronaldo, hey Teach, good to see you there. Gemma Bustamante. There's Lulu Bell, Marie Leon Guerrero online here.
Morning, Lulu Bell.
Lulu, 888-8255-888-TALK. I'd love to hear the voice behind the. I'd love to hear the voice of the person that's keeping Peter awake at night. That's funny to me. Eunice Vandiola, you're in his head now. You're in his head. Mike Grace, Blas, Catalina Pinal, Larias. Mark Voigtland checking in from the Free Zone. Great to see you there. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Let's bring it back.
Carl TC would have gotten $30 million.
Yeah.
He would have gone, no, they only want to nick you for $25.5, $30,000. I will never sell another Samsung TV, washing machine, or cell phone on Guam again. And he would have gotten it. He would have gotten the full $30 million. You could have just reached out to him, Linda. They called the front office. They know how to get a hold of Carl. He'll help you through all of that. Kenny Williams, like I said, Laurie Du is online. My friend Yuka Artero from the Guam Hotel. No, it's Guam. What is it? Guam Insurance. Guam Insurance.
Good morning, Yuka.
I hesitated. We were together in the parking lot on Sunday. You guys were leaving the beach just as I was coming, and I want to say thanks very much because I took your parking space. Really, thank you so much. I was going to say hi, but you guys look like you're in a hurry to jam the beach. Okay, so here's the story from Jerome McDowell. Says, Ray, Real Joe, my contractor friend Lorraine spent her honeymoon 15 years ago on Guam. She's single again. She may want to visit Guam again. You may both like to meet her.
My house needs painting, Ray.
You want to just junk in?
I do have some work.
You can. I know where everybody's mind is at, but literally, I'm thinking, retaining wall. I'm thinking retaining wall. I got all kinds of outside painting that I want to do.
Get here and get to work.
Absolutely. First you do Joe's stuff, then you do my stuff. Cody James is there. Johnny Rosario, hey baby, nice to see you online here this morning. Is it Thursday night? Are we doing anything over at Pari's Place tonight? Is that the new Candid Hangout?
Oh yeah, that's the spot.
They did the grand opening thing last week, and I had I don't want to say a better offer, but I had a better offer, so I missed the opportunity to go there, and I saw the pictures, dude. They look like it's a crazy place. So HMU. HMU. Talking like a teen. That's
HMU.
That's teen talk for hitting me up. Trina San Augustine. Happy St. Patty's Day. Show me your green. Who else is there? Lorraine has no kids, 36 years old, will burst out laughing when I showed her the picture of what you both commented. Oh, we're not done. It's okay. Logan Regis saying good morning, Ray. The digital engagement manager is
morning,
online.
Logan.
From
Thank you for listening.
How do we trigger? How do I trigger Logan for the rest of the day? Maybe I already have. Post Canteen, St. Patrick's Day, corned beef and cabbage, 3 p.m. until it's gone. Tessa Nuke, Tom Tahadzi saying good morning to everybody. Soon to be Senator Harvey Agnes, Sarah Lake, and Johnny Rosario saying, yep, Pari's Place. Oh my God. Okay, so Pari's Place, and then she's blowing the air kiss emoji.
Aww.
2 of them.
2.
Dalawa. Just saying. All right. Looking to see. Okay. All right. That's all I got for right now. It's currently 6:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. More smart-ass comments coming up a little bit later on, mixed in with news and information. Like I said, 888-8255, 888-TALK, 797-8255. If you got some cool meme machine stuff that you want to share with all of the listeners. In the meantime, St. Patrick's Day. Let me tell you about some of the other things about today. It is also absolutely incredible Kid Day. And when I saw that, I immediately started thinking, besides my own beautiful daughter, right?
Yeah.
Besides her, and she's absolutely incredible. And Ruckus, who's awesome. You've got an absolutely incredible.
Even my big boys.
What?
Daughter.
Thank you. Yes, I know. I was going to get. That's I left it wide open there for you to start talking about the daughter.
The daughter.
So absolutely, is she incredible like you? I mean, she's like. Is she musical? Does she have any of those skills? Or is she developing
sings.
those?
She sings. I tried to have her learn piano, but she doesn't want to. But then when I'm not asking her to play, she'll just play.
Oh, nice.
You know?
Now, is she getting into storytelling? I mean, a lot of little girls will do that at a certain age where they'll just kind of sit there and make up stories in their head.
Oh, no, she's past that. She's
past.
You know, it's that stage, man. It's that stage that makes me sad. It's they're already growing up.
With this, yeah, I do know that stage with the little girls and they're already. My daughter has an Instagram and every once in a while I'll take a look at what she's posting and go, you know what? Maybe it's time that I just forget about Instagram and social media for just a little while. But absolutely incredible Kids Day is I'm thinking about Sarita Garin and her kids.
Oh yeah,
she's got little young Mandy and Chase Choice.
Yeah,
but they're incredible
Great kids,
man. Mandy's
God, they put up with Sarah.
Magic. She's learned how to do magic, and that keeps her occupied. But I'm sure you've got absolutely incredible kids. Corned beef and cabbage day, and like the man said, 3 p.m. until it's gone up at the VFW this afternoon, 6:37 in the morning. And time for a quick look at big news and headlines with Donna De Jesus. Find out what it is that we're going to be talking about for the rest of the morning. What happened there, Donna?
The Guam Education Board approved plans to return to 100% in-person learning next school year. GEB Chairman Mark Mendiola says online learning will be used as a backup if issues regarding the COVID-19 pandemic arise. The board also approved GDOE's 5-year strategic plan, which focuses on areas such as test scores and meeting the department's financial obligations. And a bill introduced by Congressman Michael Sinicolas to secure a national heritage area study for Guam was passed by the House of Representatives. The National Park Service study will identify sites throughout the territory eligible for National Heritage Area designation. Sinicolas says having historic places on Guam recognized by the federal government will enable hundreds of thousands of dollars and federal support toward areas of significance. There are currently 54 national heritage areas throughout the United States. North Korea fired an unidentified projectile yesterday, but Homeland Security Advisor Samantha Brennan says there is no immediate threat for Guam or the CNMI. South Korea military reports that the projectile failed immediately after launching. This marks the 11th launch reported this year. And the latest JIC report, 65 new cases of COVID-19 out of 539 specimens analyzed on Tuesday. To date, there have been a total of 339 deaths and 1,059 cases in active isolation. Free vaccinations are available Monday through Saturday on the second floor of the Agana Shopping Center from 11 to 5. Walk-ins are accepted, but those who make an appointment online will be prioritized. Appointments can be booked on tinyurl.com/vaxguam. And finally, the governor has tapped Chuck Sanchez Jr. to serve as the next executive director of the Guam Contractors License Board. Sanchez had worked in a number of government positions since the 1990s, including public assistant officer at Guam Homeland Security and facility manager at the Guam Legislature. If accepted, Sanchez will replace former executive director Buddy Orsini, who resigned last month at the request of the governor's office after a case decision by the OPA detailed Orsini's involvement in contractor fraud and misconduct. Back to you.
Yeah, well, that was a very, very interesting case and continues to be interesting. So now there's a new person to take Mr. Orsini's position.
Mm-hmm.
Do we call him bro too? Is it all right?
Yeah.
Just, whatever we need, do we just, would you like to address this to my bro at the CLTC? It says 6:39 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Had the Chirag thing not come up yesterday, I was looking at, because I always get the magistrate reports at kind of random times in the afternoon, as most of us in the media do. And if the Chirag thing was not in there, I think what would have been more interesting and something that certainly would be worth talking about is this incredible story. On or about March the 15th, at approximately 8:45 in the morning, Gabriel told Officer Urbanov he was attacked by Zhao Lu Huang on March the 13th. The victim specifically reported that, number one, he had, quote, casual sex with the defendant in the past. He told the defendant while sitting in his car with her at 2:30 a.m. on the 13th. What's the rule, Joe?
Nothing good happens after 10.
Nothing good happens after 10 o'clock. Certainly nothing good happens after midnight. Sitting in the car with her, he decided that would be the appropriate time to say that, wait a second, sitting in the car, that he was interested in a long-term relationship, which the defendant was not interested in, and an argument subsequently ensued, which escalated into the defendant attacking him.
Oh, wow.
Baby, I enjoy all the time that we spent together, and I'd like to take it. You know what? You've unlocked a level to my heart. You've beaten my big boss. I'm using gaming terminology here for those of you that are kind of lost in the conversation. He says, you've unlocked a level, baby, and now I want to make you Mrs. Gabriel.
Yeah.
Can we do that? And not, she could have just said no, and then, but all of a sudden she started fighting with the guy, just really laying down solid her position that she did not want to next level this relationship. According to the victim, Zhao Lu pulled on his necklace and shirt as he attempted to exit his car, which caused him to fall back into the driver's seat, punched his face 3 or 4 times, causing redness and bleeding, and scratched his neck and right arm, after which the defendant managed to exit the car. The defendant subsequently exited the victim's car, keyed the left rear panel of the car. She's got to have some local blood in her, right?
Wait a minute.
What?
I feel like there's something missing in this story.
Yeah. Drove
Right?
away
There's
in
something
her car,
missing here.
which was parked nearby. Police officers examined the guy and said, yeah, he's got some scratches and things like that. Sure enough, left rear panel of the car, 8 to 12 inches in length, big, kind of scratch mark on the thing. I'm with you. Something is
They're
not passing.
telling us something here.
The Ray Gibson smell test is saying there's
Yeah, where's the cat pee, Ray?
God, is there meth involved in this story? Is there more? But as I said, that would have been the big deal had we been pursuing the deal yesterday. But however, it's one of those things. We just we got a better offer in the magistrate report with the story about Chirag. I'll tell you that. I think I might be able to get this video up. I wanted to play this yesterday. We were talking about Nick Delgado, and they've got a thing coming up to help Guam's homeless. And I've got a script for a spot that one of us is going to do a little bit later on that you'll hear all the time between now and I want to say the weekend because I love this idea. They're going to be doing a village walk. And they're going from one village to another, and that's going to simulate the plight of many of the homeless. Now, granted, there are people on Guam that are homeless because they want to be homeless. They don't want to live under anybody's rules and like sleeping outside and doing all of that stuff. But you will see them where they'll be in Tumon or Tumuning, and before they're walking down the road, see them on Marine Corps Drive, looking around for some chow in Agana and seeing if they can bump some nickels and quarters from folks along the way. That's kind of a day-to-day occurrence for these people, and Nick and his Team 26 are going to be doing something along those lines. So I wanted to play this video, so let's get this on the screen, and maybe a little bit later on we'll see if we can find Nick to talk about it a little bit more.
Wow, another beautiful day here in Guam. I'm Nick Delgado with Team 26, and our team has partnered with Docomo Pacific to make it easy for you, Docomo subscribers, to give back to Guam's homeless community. All you have to do is take out your mobile devices and text Team 26 to 4357. That's Team 26 to HELP. Every text is a $10 donation to help those in need. Because with Team 26, we got your six.
Yeah, I don't know what that noise was in the background. That was it the music? I thought maybe a new sound effect logo for somebody that's going to be running for the Attorney General's office. Maybe we just isolate that one sound there. Sound like somebody falling down Two Lovers Point. So where are we now? Is it 6:44 in the morning? Coming up, Phil Flores from Bank Pacific, and there's something interesting that they are up to here. They're going to become a chartered bank. And question number one is, I thought you were already a chartered bank. What's this all about? So we'll get with him and talk about that and a couple other interesting things as the program continues.
Introducing the phone that makes Epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your Epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you. Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
There it is, 6:46 in the morning, 888-8255. Before I get to traffic, let me put some of this video up on the screen. This is where things are headed. Guy pulls up to a gas station, hands the attendant the folding money, and is allowed to only smell the gas before he kind of moves on there. Thanks, Joey Lopez. Yeah, we're definitely heading in that direction. What can I say? But that's not the video that I want to play. The video that I want to play is you remember we asked. The other day about taking the video of Dr. Berg and doing that that Womba thing,
deep fake,
the deep fake video version of there it is. This is the video we were asking for. They took the picture of Dr. Berg and laid that down to the AI Womba. And yesterday, as soon as the picture of Chirag started going out there,
no way.
Yeah. They've wombed that one as well. They've wombed it to Baby Sharks. I might play that one a little bit later on in the broadcast. 6:47 in the morning. All right, I heard the traffic music. Let me see if I can scare some up here for you. Anderson Air Force Base running clear right now. Wait a second, or is it? That wasn't Anderson. That was a Stonebow. Excuse me. Yeah, it's fairly clear. Southbound Marine Corps Drive also looking pretty good. Yeah, I might be the only guy in the world that's ever mistaken a Stumbo Dedido for Anderson Air Force Base. Hey, where's the Popeyes? What else we got here? A little bit of traffic at Iseng Song, a little bit of traffic, slower traffic on your way to the intersection of 1 and 3, but 1 and 3 should be running clear after that all the way through the Micronesia Mall. Don't see too much else that is going to slow you down on Guam's roadways. A little bit of traffic at 10 and 15 right now, but I think everybody was just hanging out late last night and getting a late start this morning. A little bit of traffic, not so much, over at Big Navy in Sumai. So it looks like clear running today. Enjoy the early drive. 6:47 on The Ray Gibson Show.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. The Biden administration is sending another round of 4 free COVID-19 test kits for everyone in the U.S., including Guam. This means getting tested for the virus can be done from the comfort of your own home. To order your free test kits, visit covidtest.gov. Do your part to stop the spread.
This ad is paid for with government funds by the Office of the Government of Guam.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now 888-8255.
Time 6:49, the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255, 888-TALK, 797-8255. You want to hang out and talk about some of today's most important issues? By all means, bring them in. Lots on the table of contents, as I said, and some of this we went over in the pre-ramble on the program. And as I said, kind of an interesting day yesterday for news and headlines. I'll get around to talking with the guys over at Candid about the hearing that took place yesterday over at District Court, and Evan Montville Cohen's wife coming forward as aggressively as she was. And as you can imagine, 3 decades worth of that scenario with her, all of the allegations and trying to be a supportive person in the relationship, and things go sideways. But in this case, it's interesting because it is in such a public forum as that, where she's basically asking the judge to throw the book at him. 10 away from the top of the hour. You got that story, the Chirag story, Jimmy Craig for Congress. It's out there and it's true and it's happening. As I said, there is even logos and letterheads for all of this stuff. So apparently he's been thinking about it for a while. So I think that's going to be interesting. 6:50 in the morning. Is that Phil from Bank Pacific?
It is.
Where others
Mr.
put branches, they place roots.
Yes, sir.
67 and a half years rooting for the Pacific. Well, good. Good morning, Phil. How you doing?
Bank Pacific. It's terrific. I'm doing great. Thank you. How you doing?
I'm amused today. This has been kind of an amusing. We live in momentous times, do we not?
Oh, they're always been momentous for a long time. We're just sometimes realize it.
Yeah, well, everything is in our face now. We got the runaway inflation. We got we're at the doorstep of what people are referring to as a potential world war. Prices of gasoline and through the roof and all of those kinds of things. And in the middle of it, life and business goes on. I was looking at a story in today's Guam Daily Post that says that you guys are a chartered bank after some very recent work, and I thought, well, wait a second. You guys have been Bank Pacific from Guam Savings and Loan for quite some time. Was there something that needed to get changed?
Yeah. Well, okay. Bank Pacific, we've been around for just about 68 years. And like anything else, the finance industry, banking industry evolves. When we started, we were Guam Savings because when the Navy was trying to sell the bank, my grandfather tried to buy it, and they said you don't know anything about banking, so they sold it to Bank of America, who has since left. And my grandfather had a friend in California who had a savings and loan, so he said, "How do I do savings and loan?" And he opened it up. At that time, an SNL was primarily established to make home loans, commercial loans, consumer loans. But over time, the business model didn't work, especially with the SNL collapse in the 80s. So the laws changed. So basically, an SNL could do whatever a bank could do. And during the late 90s here, legislation was passed, signed into law by Governor Carl, that allowed savings and loans to become banks. But we still kept our thrift charter. That wasn't an issue until recently when all the pandemic relief checks came out. Our assets, our deposits, just surged. In fact, that's the term now, surge deposits. And not just for Bank Pacific, banks across the nation, their balance sheets just shot up. Okay, so we have a legacy, something called Qualified Thrift Lender Rule, that we were supposed to, as a thrift chartered bank, keep at least 65% of our assets in home loans and consumer loans. And when our deposits rose so quickly, and also we make many more commercial loans nowadays than before, we were getting ready to slip below that QTL limit of 65%. Oh, geez, what do we do? Well, we got to change to a bank charter, which isn't restricted by that QTL requirement. So we talked to FDIC, we talked to Federal Reserve in San Francisco, but it all starts here because we are a state charter, although Guam is a territory. We are a state chartered institution. So we had to go through the Banking and Insurance Commission, and we've been working with them 6 months or so, made a formal application about 3 months ago, And fortunately, this week the board ruled in our favor. The commission ruled in our favor, 6-1, and we're real happy about it. And today, it's already scheduled. Sometime this morning, I'm going to be talking to the FDIC.
Mm-hmm.
The guy I'm talking to is not the one who's going to help us get permission for a charter change. The guy I'm talking to, we're talking to this morning, we want to let him know that we're taking care of the QTL test, and we're not going to go below it.
All right. So, for as far as the FDIC is concerned, it's fairly ministerial at this point. They take a look at what you got, take a look at what has been approved here locally, and then rubber stamp your charter.
Yeah, but you're right. It's ministerial, but it's really ministerial.
Well, with this being the federal government, et cetera, and the FDIC, I imagine there's mounds of paperwork. You know, there's a whole department in places like Bank Pacific that are dedicated to just compliance and record keeping in order to stay straight with these guys.
Anita Areola is our corporate attorney.
Yep.
And she's done a great job, by the way. Then we worked with another firm, Miller Nash out of Seattle, and they specialize in the financial industry. And one of the guys, the partners we're working with, used to work for the FDIC, and he knows a lot of the people in the San Francisco office of the FDIC. So, he's a good man. He came back from the dark side and works for the federal government.
Now I knew the conversation would eventually go there, so I've got a couple of things loaded up in my head. Sure. And as I said, we're watching some dominoes fall that could make for an interesting election season. Not that they're not interesting already. I mean, just it's table stakes. It's always going to be interesting. But in this case, that much more interesting. Domino number one was when Felix and Tony announced that they were going to be running for Adelup, and you got the hoorays and the hurrahs from among the Republican fanboys. And now we've got word that the Congressman, soon to be Senator Jimmy Moylan, soon to be Congressman Jim Moylan is officially going to swing by the Guam Election Commission and drop off his paperwork today. So that's kind of exciting. Are there other dominoes? Are there other dominoes to fall? Maybe looking over at the legislature and some new names or some old names that are going to be coming in to make it that much more exciting, because you want to get the trifecta, right? You want to get Congress, you want to get Adelup, and you want to get the legislature. How are you going to get that majority back?
Well, I don't know if I want to take away somebody's thunder from their announcement, but I do know that the party has several good candidates. We have a physician who's thinking very, very hard about running. He's in favor of a part-time legislature, and I know a lot of our Republicans, not all, but most of them are in favor of a part-time legislature. We know that we have issues still with our healthcare system, and which is why we're trying to get this physician to really run, because he'd be very, very good at it. And of course, we're expecting Congressman San Nicolas to announce any day, along with his running mate. And the Black Ops thing that's going around right now. Oh man,
Yeah. There's a website that Phil turned me on to. Somebody's put a lot of effort into smearing Mike San Nicolas on that, and as I said, it just makes it that much, in my mind, that much more of an exciting conversation. There's more. There's got to be more of that coming out. I mean, there's stuff that people can do by remote control, as you point out, on the World Wide Web, and I think there's going to be some operatives that as close as the Philippines that are going to find a way to ingratiate themselves into our election. Take a look at today's Guam Daily, Pacific Daily News. They've finally got a good editorial in there, Phil. This one here's from our brother Ed Untalan, fellow banker, and he wrote a really, really good article about how everybody's got to work together to sustain the private sector. Government of Guam's got all the money it needs, got fat from additional collections on the revenue side and things like that, but it's the private sector, it's the bread and butter of this town that is having a hard time these days.
It is, and it's heartening news to hear that Korea and Japan are somewhat opening up, allowing their nationals to leave and come back without serious quarantining. And GVB is going after those markets now. It's really good. I live in Tumon to see a lot of military people walking around, but that's not sustainable because an exercise or a port visit, those come and go. And the hope is to see more tourists around here. But yes, it's the government may have money, but it came from the people who work, the government workers and the private sector workers, and there are more private sector workers now than there are government workers, even though so many private sector people have lost their jobs. I'm going to read that because I like Ed. Ed Enslun's a good, smart guy, so I'm going to read that probably in the next 5 minutes.
I'll let you to that then. Fox News Live is coming up in just a second, so I'll talk to you pretty soon. Congratulations on the charter.
Thank you very much.
A long time coming, and thanks very much for your continued support of Choice Broadcasting, all of our stations, especially this one.
But I only do it because you guys are good.
Hey, appreciate that. Oh, I like that. Phil, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning. Fox News Live is on the way. Thought, was waiting on that. Maybe we were talking about Jerome's, his contractor. And I thought maybe I'd put this up on the screen to give you an idea. Honeymooned years ago on Guam, but now single again and maybe looking for some work opportunities here on Guam. You know what? And there are a lot of opportunities for women in construction, heck, people in construction. I'll read you about some of those job opportunities before too much longer. That's all ahead on the Ray Gibson Show. Fox News Live. Donna De Jesus going to come in and tell you about all the big news and stories that we're going to be yakking about today. And then, of course, Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. Stick around. Here's news.
Military supplies to Ukraine. I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. President Biden today announcing the U.S. will be sending more military equipment to Ukraine just hours after President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to Congress in a virtual address.
President Biden called President Zelensky's speech to Congress convincing, and he praised the people of Ukraine as he authorized an additional $800 million in military assistance to the country.
The United States and our allies and partners are fully committed to surging weapons of assistance to the Ukrainians.
The assistance now, though, includes additional anti-aircraft systems, anti-armor shoulder-mounted missile systems, firearms, grenades, and drones. This brings the total military assistance to Ukraine to $1 billion worth just this past week and $2 billion worth this past year.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. President Biden this afternoon stepping up the war of words with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I think he is a war criminal. White
House Press Secretary Jen Psaki saying the president was answering a direct question and responded with what he's seen on television, including Russian attacks on hospitals, pregnant women, journalists, and others. The central bank today announcing it's raising rates for the first time since December 2018 and signaling up to 6 additional rate hikes this year.
Fed officials wrapping up their 2-day policy meeting and announcing that it's raising its benchmark interest rate. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
The FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point.
The move comes against a backdrop of 40-year high inflation and concerns that Russia's invasion of Ukraine could hurt global economic growth.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. Jury selection began today in the trial of a Republican congressman from Nebraska accused of lying to federal authorities about illegal campaign contributions from a Nigerian billionaire. Representative Jeff Fortenberry is the first sitting member of Congress in 21 years to face such a trial. Fortenberry claims the prosecution is politically motivated. America is listening to Fox News.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Americans slowed their spending last month as prices for food, gas, and just about everything else continued to rise. Retail sales increased 0.3% in February, according to the Commerce Department, after a 4.9% jump in January. Officials say that January increase was fueled by wage gains, solid hiring, and more money in banking accounts. Amazon appears to be a step closer to buying a major entertainment company.
Amazon still faces a major hurdle from the U.S. Federal Trade Commission before it
purchase movie studio MGM. However, the deal has been cleared in Europe. The European Commission gave the deal unconditional approval. The EC says the transaction will not raise competition concerns in Europe. The FTC is expected to decide soon whether to approve the deal or file a legal challenge. Amazon plans to pay $8.5 billion for MGM. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
A Southern California city is at odds with a popular fast food chain.
Chick-fil-A is notorious for their chicken sandwiches and friendly staff, but city officials in Santa Barbara, California say they've had enough of the hype. They're looking to declare its Chick-fil-A on State Street a public nuisance, citing long lines of cars jamming up streets for as long as an hour and a half on weekdays and 2 hours on weekends. The location is roughly halfway between Santa Barbara City College and UC Santa Barbara. That's the only location in the area. The city council has given the eatery 90 days to present traffic solutions before a vote is taken on a public nuisance designation. Gianna Gelosi, Fox News.
The U.S. Customs Agency says it's holding imported goods from Chinese sports brand Li Ning after an investigation indicated they were made by North Korean labor. U.S. law prohibits imports of goods made in North Korea or by North Korean citizens without proof they weren't made by forced labor. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lovers' holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. The investigation continues as police wait for the autopsy results for the child who was brought to the Estumbo fire station early Tuesday morning. A 5-year-old boy was rushed to the fire station with injuries and transported to GRMC, where he was later pronounced dead. The cause of death has not been released. GPD says they are waiting for a medical examiner to fly in from Hawaii to conduct the autopsy. The second day of the Hansen helicopter fraud trial started yesterday with witness testimony from the company's executive vice president. Marvin Reed testified that Hansen bought counterfeit helicopter parts starting in the late 1990s because they were cheaper. Reed says he was aware that parts from the helicopter that killed pilot Rafael Santos were counterfeit. Hansen Helicopters President John Walker, Operations Director Kenneth Crow, and Maintenance Director Philip Kapp each face more than 100 charges connected to the use of a not airworthy aircraft to defraud the government. Reed is facing similar charges for his involvement, but his case was severed from that of the other 3 defendants, and he will be prosecuted separately. And after 2 days of jury selection, trial begins today for the man accused in the murder of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Rudy Canata pleaded not guilty to the charges of murder and aggravated assault. He will appear before Judge Vern Perez. And the latest JIC reported 65 new cases of COVID-19 out of 539 specimens analyzed on Tuesday. To date, there have been a total of 339 deaths and 1,059 cases in active isolation. Free vaccinations are available Monday to Saturday on the second floor of the Agana Shopping Center from 11 to 5. Walk-ins are welcome, but those who make an appointment online will be prioritized. Appointments can be booked on tinyurl.com/vaxguam, and free testing is offered at the old Carnival grounds in Tidzin Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 to 3, and Saturdays from 8 to 11 in the morning. Testing is also available at Public Health's Northern and Southern Region Community Health Centers Monday through Saturday from 9 to 12. Make an appointment online at tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me. We'll have more news after this.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has awarded Guam $500,000 in grant funding as part of the Diesel Emissions Reduction Program. The funds will support local projects that reduce pollution and advance environmental justice. $250,000 each will go to the Port Authority of Guam and the Guam Power Authority to upgrade diesel engines and reduce emissions. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero says the U.S. EPA funding will help protect the health of the community and improve the island's air quality. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio adds that the money will allow GPA to revitalize its fleet of vehicles and enhance the Port Authority's cargo handling equipment to help foster green growth for Guam. Samsung E&C America has offered to settle its case with the contractor's license board for erosion problems at the Mangilao Solar Project. The board is one of several agencies taking action against Samsung after a lack of proper erosion and sediment controls led to sludge contamination at Marbo Cave last year and originally voted on a $25.5 million fine. Samsung's settlement offer was $250,000, but the board's acting executive director, Linda Ibanez, recommended $300,000. She says Samsung apologized and brought in a crew to clean up and accept the responsibility. She adds both the government and the contractor are working in good faith. And the governor has tapped Chuck Sanchez Jr. to serve as the next executive director of the Guam Contractors License Board. Sanchez had worked in a number of government positions since the 1990s, including public assistant officer at Guam Homeland Security and facility manager at the Guam Legislature. If accepted, Sanchez will replace former executive director Buddy Orsini, who resigned last month at the request of the governor's office after a case decision by the OPA detailed Orsini's involvement in contractor fraud and misconduct. The OPA says Orsini helped JMI Edison with an appeal on a planned award of the airport authority's baggage handling system contract to Menzies Aviation without the concurrence of his members. The OPA also dismissed a procurement appeal filed by G4S Security Systems for a wireless internet installation project in public schools due to a similar issue. Both cases are still open for investigation. And those were your top stories. Reporting for The Point, I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's Ray with...
I don't have it in front of me. I moved it. There it is. Wait, hold on.
Weather.
Okay, for you this hour, I'll do weather first. Partly sunny in the forecast today. Daytime highs 87 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92. Not much by way of breezes either. 8 to 15 miles an hour today. Scattered showers tonight. Mostly cloudy skies. Lows 77 degrees. No. Not mostly cloudy skies. Not when we're working our way into a full moon. I think we're like 99.9% of there, but I think it's not going to be super full until tomorrow night. I got to check my gizmo here. Great sunset last night. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:31. Where were you when Guam did this? Look on the screen right now. For those of you, if you're listening on the radio, you're going to have to imagine this. But I tell you what, I got a picture up here of just a gorgeous sunset. I wish I took it. I stole it from somebody on Facebook because I knew I wanted to play it on the radio this morning.
Borrowed it.
I'd tomorrow borrow. I'm going to be like, give it back to you if ever, if anything. Now this is the picture that I took. I went after I was done running yesterday. I was all parched. and I knew Pop Rocks and Soda was going to be playing again over at Carabao, so I swung by there, and as the sun was going down, I looked over my shoulder about 6:36, and I looked, and this is what it looked like in between where the old Mariana Sales is and was in the old Spanish Bridge in Agana.
Spot,
you know my spot. Yes. You know my spot. Anyway, so it was a really, really fantastic sunset last night. Maybe it'll do it again tonight. Be out there somewhere about 6:31 to find out. Friday weather, partly sunny skies in the morning, partly cloudy later in the afternoon and into the evening. Did I know of no fire danger ratings or Portuguese man of war out there or high rip current risk? So the island is not going to try to kill you today. That's good news. And that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Of portions of the program brought to you by my buddies over at American Present Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. In fact, how do I know that they're my buddies? Because one of them is the dude. He's on the Herodot is the name of the ship. Carl Meyer is the guy's name, and Carl sent me just a great picture of sunrise this morning. I put it up on the screen earlier, but I'll put it back up on right now. This is sunrise in Apra Harbor this morning above the Herodot. And one of the other things is, and I don't know how much of this I can put on the radio, is they've asked Real Joe for us to swing by, go on a tour of the boat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Have you ever been on a big boat? Have you ever been like a big ocean going vessel?
No, not really.
Yeah. So this will be an adventure. Even if it doesn't go anywhere, it's still an adventure. I mean, just to get in there and look at technology and then look at just everything that they've got there that makes it so they can go so far away, you cannot even see Guam. They're so far, Guam becomes a very, very small thing in the rearview mirror. And they still have food and they have drinks and they drop things off all over the place. So there might be an opportunity for the morning show to go and hang out with these guys on the ship. Actually, one of the things that we talked about doing early in the process was trying to figure out if there was a way that we could do a live broadcast. I mean, with real good studio quality audio from aboard the ship as it went between here and the NMI. Anyway, 716 APL, a global presence with a local home, and they're home right now. Also being brought to you by the team over at Subway. They've got that Eat Fresh Refresh that is going on right now, and they're melt crazy. Among one of my favorite ways to enjoy a Subway sandwich is load up some cheese in there and then toast it. That's what they call a melt. You can combine freshly baked breads, your favorite meats, with a triple load of cheese. They stick that in that hyper toaster that they've got there, and out comes gooey perfection. Ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, steak and cheese melt. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. It's Subway. Eat fresh.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
You know, I like to think I'm incapable of sinister thoughts, being a good Christian man that I am, warm and intelligent. But there's just something that doesn't feel right about taking a $25 million fine and whittling that down to about $300,000. It just feels like I don't know. I'm not gonna say it. It's just weird. It just seems like, you know, that's a mighty drop. You go from $25.5 million. Who signs off on this? Linda signs off on it. Did she need to go to anybody?
I don't know.
Did she get to the Attorney General's office looking at the deal that they put together? 10% for the big guy. Right. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's maybe, I don't know what they'd say. I'm not going to tell him what to do, but Nick Delgado is a journalist, and maybe that's something that can occupy you for the rest of the day. But that's not what the call's about. Good morning, Nick. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Nice to hear from you.
Dude, first of all, that shirt that you were wearing in the picture with Bernie, oh, my God. What did you say that? Who's the designer for that shirt?
It was a Versace bougie night.
Versace bougie night. Do me a favor. Send me one of the pictures. I'll put it up on a screen to let everybody know what it is that you do when you're not doing Court Beat. But, oh, my God, Court Beat is going to be exciting in the next few weeks, huh?
It's going to be quite a busy one. You already know we're covering out of federal court, local court, the big case coming out of there today.
The big case, I mean, are we going to be done with the Hansen trial today?
No, it's still the prosecutor's case in chief, so nowhere near complete when you have at least three defendants in the company itself.
All right. Now, so is it going to be the Catholic Church? Is that the one that's done today?
Right now, the judge is still handling the Hansen case first, so that's kind of what she's been teetering with in her courtroom. There's no end in sight yet for these trials, but I'm glad at least we're seeing some sense of normalcy and sense of my coverage being back in the courtroom and pushing out the issues and the coverage there for you guys.
Well, certainly some interesting stuff that was coming out of Evan Montvale Cohen's case and his ex-wife calling for the book to be thrown at him. I thought that was very, very interesting. Did that raise eyebrows there?
Yeah, I actually got messages about that overnight as well. Just the filings that have come in late yesterday afternoon into the District Court of Guam. And it's been a lot of back and forth with the traveling and the emergency medical that Evan had to go through in the process.
Or claims to have had to go through.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, well, that as I said, that's interesting. But the real reason why I called, and I played the video in the last hour of the program of you talking about a text fundraiser that you're working with Docomo on, and so I'm crazy about the program. So if you're a Docomo customer, you text in. What is it? What's the 4 digits?
You text Team 26. That's TEAM 26 to 4357. That's HELP or help. And it's as easy as that. If you're a Docomo Pacific subscriber, $10 donations goes towards our cause, towards helping the homeless, and we donate that in its entirety at the end of the month to the Guam Homeless Coalition. Yeah.
Wait. So, like everybody, they got a lot of subscribers. If all of them, texted Team 20 or 26 team or Team 26 to that number here, HELP. I mean, that could nick them pretty big. Are they prepared for that?
We hope so.
Let's test it. Let's test out the theory here, ladies and gentlemen. And then you sent me a script about something that's going to take place this weekend. Obviously, I haven't recorded it yet because I'm still not really awake. But later in the day, I'll get that laid down on some kind of tape. But basically, what is it that you guys are going to be doing this weekend?
Yeah, thanks, Ray. So I just want to let the audience know and listeners know, Team 26, we're a civic group that have come together after attending an advanced leadership seminar, both government and private organizations who had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. But all I could say that we came out with a life-changing experience, and we were tasked with a mission to give back to the community. And this is what we chose. We chose to give back to our homeless community. So we came up with multiple event drives. We collected more than $26,000 in donations when we did a donation drive over at Coshulast a couple weeks back.
That's big money. That's not bad for one day.
And pretty incredible. I mean, we're Team 26, which means that we're the 26th team to go through this cycle of this seminar, and we collected that exact amount, more than $26,000 worth, which we hand-delivered to the Salvation Army warehouse just last week. We also did a Pyology night where people go and they buy their pizzas throughout the day, and then 10% of your cost, when you mention our effort, goes toward the Guam Homeless Coalition. And that's another thing I wanted to add is if you're not a Docomo Pacific subscriber, no problem. We can still take your donation. Just go to GuamHomelessCoalition.org and make sure to put in your PayPal note or whatever note you do with your payment method, Team 26, and we can ensure that your dollar, your cent is counted towards our exact cause.
I love it. Now you guys are going to be, I don't want to call it a walkathon, but you are going to be walking literally in the shoes and on the path that many homeless individuals walk on a regular basis. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's so great about this effort, and I just want to thank the support and the idea that did come from Frank the Crank Camacho, who this same time last year, raised more than $16,000 walking that same trek on his own from the Mauricio Pier all the way up the Retidian Point Lookout to just showcase that cause on what the daily struggles are of our homeless population. They have no reliable transportation. They have to make their day-to-day living with just whatever donations come their way, with whatever food come their way. And so that's kind of the same effort that we're doing. The difference is with Team 26, who is comprised of 28 members, we are splitting that up mile by mile. So some of us have taken on 1 mile at a time, 2 miles at a time, and sort of like a relay along the way. Fortunately for us, this is just our private event where we didn't push it out to the community because we wanted to just showcase, okay, this is the effort we're doing, our part to help the homeless community. Here's how you can help. And that's where the text to donate and the other donation efforts come into play.
I'm in love with all of the different dimensions that you've got with this program here, and there are it's a population, unfortunately, with things the way they are, a growing population of people that may find themselves homeless and not know that there's a quarter there is someone that they can turn to help make things better for them. 723. I'm glad you're doing that, Nick, and I'm down to help out whenever and whatever. So you've got my WhatsApp. Beat me whenever.
Thanks, Ray. And just a note that if you guys see us out there, March 26th, we start at 6 a.m., bright and early. You will see us throughout the day walking along Marine Corps Drive, all the way up, headed up towards Route 3 until we hit Recidian Point that evening.
Wow. I'm sorry. You just go, well, it's from here to there, not a big deal. It's going to end up to be about 26 miles. Good luck to you. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later. You have a great day, and anything else you need, just beat me, all right?
All right, thanks, Ray.
That's my bro, Nick Delgado, and just because it's him, I thought what I'd do is I don't know if this is actually part of his wardrobe, but did you know that Versace has a line of men's underwear as well? Real Joe?
What?
It's right there up on the screen. I'm telling you. That maybe it's not.
I wouldn't wear those, Ray.
Maybe it's lounge wear. Maybe that's something. The next time that you're using your PHR over at the Hyatt, maybe that's what you ought to be wearing.
Those are shorts, Ray.
Pinky out. 7:24 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Jerry Robertson, the Extra Point coming up. But before we do, a note that the Extra Point is brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank. At First Hawaiian Bank, the corner office occupied by a guy named Ed Untalan. Ed has written an outstanding editorial in today's Pacific Daily News, and I urge everybody to take a look at it. It is entitled "Work Together to Sustain the Private Sector." And this is a good idea. Support local. What we need our government leaders... All right, first mistake, Ed. They're not our leaders. They're our representatives to do, is to support our local companies by providing incentives for business to keep their doors open, employ our residents, keep inventory in the shelves, and train our labor force to work in the post-pandemic environment. Many companies are fighting to keep employees that they still have who are looking at greener pastures, off-islanders, seeking employment with the local or federal government. Now is the time for the Guam legislature to come to the aid of a flagging private sector, and goes on to give them ideas on things they can do to encourage folks to keep at their nose at the grindstone in the private sector.
That man is the chairman of the board. Of the Guam Chamber of Commerce.
And for very, very good reason. So again, I urge everybody, elected representatives, people that are going to be hangry for votes from among members of the private sector, to take a look at that article. It's 7:26. Jerry Roberts, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing there?
Well, very well.
I'm glad to hear that. A little bit later on, we'll go over a couple of things. The idea here that Ed speaks of with folks looking for greener pastures, maybe off island, maybe in the local or federal government. Get that government hit the government lottery and just cruise into that until you get to be retirement. But there's a growing number of people for whom the idea of entrepreneurship is definitely calling them in ways that it's getting a lot easier for people to do that. The infrastructure of your own business many years ago meant a brick and mortar office somewhere and a staff and a lady to answer the phone and a phone and all of those kinds of things. But it's getting a whole lot easier for people to explore the gig economy. More on that in just a little bit. You ready with the Extra Point?
I am.
Thought you might be. The Extra Point brought to you again by First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes, and Guahan Insurance Services. Jer?
Every year, there are a parade of surveys done on issues in the workplace, many of them focusing on what managers do wrong. There's a long list of these managerial sins, and in just about every survey I've ever seen, micromanaging is included. Now, what if I told you I favor it? And I'll tell you why. Next, on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
If you're wondering if you heard correctly just prior to the commercial break, did I say that I was in favor of micromanaging the people I supervise? It's true. Not only that, but I firmly believe that you should do it too. So let me explain. Most workers want to be left alone to handle their jobs. Fine. Most workers don't want the boss or anybody else, for that matter, hanging around over their shoulder. I get it. No problem. Most workers want to feel like they're trusted to do what has to be done. Absolutely. I agree. I want all those things for everybody. In addition, I want to be comfortable enough for each worker to have that kind of freedom as fast as possible. Now, wait a second. Did I just make this conditional? That a manager's comfort is necessary in order not to micromanage? A number of years ago, I led a company that published a business magazine, conducted training sessions and leadership conferences as I do now, and also produced large-scale consumer events all at the same time. Due to the nature of the work in all of these areas, it's fair to say that we lived on deadlines. Something was always due, and we didn't have the luxury of being late. We had a good team with low turnover, but we did lose workers to larger companies once in a while, or someone left the island, and we had to replace them. Getting a new employee up to speed was a challenge in some cases, and deadlines didn't change because of it. Here's where I developed my view of micromanaging. If I hired someone with significant experience in the job, that comfort level I referred to, well, it was high. I might check in on them occasionally to see how things were going, but I gave them the room to do their thing. However, if that new worker had less experience in the job or none at all, then it was a different story. I'd have to be closer to the situation so a costly mistake wasn't made. So I approached them like this, quoting, "I have confidence that you're going to be great in this position, but I need to hover and be over your shoulder for a while until you and I both know that you're in total control, and then you won't even know that I'm around. That said, I'll be right here if you need me. Fair enough?" I always closed it with something like fair enough. Nobody ever got upset with that. I gave the new hire clear indication that their performance would determine how long my micromanaging would last. I kept my word. When I knew they knew the job and could meet deadlines, I backed off. So let's break it down. What was accomplished with my so-called micromanaging? 1, the individual understood the issue of deadlines and that this was not negotiable. It's how we worked. I had a full workload and then some, but I would spend time with them so they got their work done on time. 2, I didn't hammer them with my presence. They did the work, and I made corrections as I felt was necessary. I didn't get in their way, and I didn't do their work for them. Number 3, and highly important, the worker clearly understood that it was entirely up to them how long my regular presence, micromanaging presence, would be required. They would decide that. 4, when I graduated them into greater independence, it gave them a sense of confidence. And 5, it was a simple system that they could replicate and use with people on their team. Micromanaging has long had a stereotypical bad rap. In my view, used correctly, it's a valuable tool, that can make a difference. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
At 7:32 in the morning, and in this business, you need to have a little bit of micromanaging. I remember the first time I walked into a radio station and saw the console and thought, how does this work? And it'll take you a couple of 6-hour shifts to figure it out. And usually there's got to be a guy standing over your shoulder to get you through all of that, because if not, then there's going to be dead air, and dead air is bad in the radio game. 7:32 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts, and I was a little bit tickled yesterday. I didn't put it up on the WhatsApp deal, but going over some pictures on Facebook, they do this thing that reminds you of what you were doing about 3 or 4 years ago. And about 3 or 4 years ago, you and I were sitting down and having lunch with John Anderson when he'd returned from surgery in Hawaii. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was me and you, and Harv Angel was there, and Dan Bradley, and
Fred Robinson,
and Rick Nauta, and it was a good time. And my joke is, I remember sitting at the table thinking about 50% of what was discussed there is true. The rest of it, bald-faced lies and balderdash as it will be. But what a great memory that triggered from that particular day. And a couple of guys that have passed away. What a good time. Glad to have you among my friends and mentors all these years. I just think every once in a while I need to say that.
I'm glad you two are still alive, man.
You're getting misty? Right?
Yes.
I'm glad that you're. I'm so glad.
I'm glad COVID didn't get you guys.
I prefer the way Ray stated that.
Yeah. 7:33.
But I understand the sentiment.
I did want to go over a couple of numbers just before we get into headlines, just because this will trigger another round of Jerry Roberts nodding and winking at the camera going, I wonder if the gas companies will make some changes. The new number for Tapas, $105.
Really?
$105.
So that's down 20% from 132 to 105 is 27. And if 132, never mind, it's 20%.
All right, so the last couple of days over the weekend, it was $115, and there was a companion drop in the price of fuel at the pump, and I'm hoping that there will be another one here today, because we're dropping down to 105. West Texas already at 95.
So my question is, you know what the question is?
Well, go ahead and say it.
What was the gas price the last time oil was at 105?
Donna?
Wait a second. You read the job description, didn't you?
You get
for doing the news?
The cover from Mono.
Oh, you didn't put in there to monitor the gas price and figure those things out?
Am I supposed to?
One of us has to do it.
Because nobody in the government's doing it.
There needs to be that little chart here. West Texas crude over here, Tapas over here, and pump price, just to see if they go up and down, or what the lag is on the down. We know that they go up, bang, just like that.
Why isn't there a car score for like the consumer price index?
Oh God, there we go with the car score. That's Jerry Roberts. Thanks for coming in and doing the Extra Point. We got to jump into headline news now with Donna, being brought to you by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control. You got varmints, they want you not to have varmints. It's a simple proposition. Call them at 487-5657. Also being brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo and his guys over at BK, celebrating Lent with their big fish sandwich and the Impossible Whopper. We got a note from Rome. Holy Roman Catholic Church says, yeah, Whopper's good. There's 0% beef and 100% Whopper flavor in there, signed by the Pope, right?
Rome approved.
And let me see Auntie Lolita Camet over at Havaday Realty. She got some new gangs to hang out with, and they will make your dreams come true. Never let you down. 688-6743 is the telephone number around those parts. Hava, Donna, what happened?
The Democratic Party of Guam's executive director has been arrested for drunk driving. Police responded to a possible crash in Tumon early yesterday morning and found 27-year-old Chirag Bajwani with bloodshot, watery eyes and smelling of alcohol. Bajwani, who is also Director of Policy of Communications for Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes, claimed he only had 2 beers and stated he wanted his lawyer present. Officers found an open beer bottle in the back seat when he asked them to retrieve his phone. Bajwani has been placed on leave status from the party and his legislative job. He was released after spending hours in jail. There could be some relief on the way for veterans who were affected by Agent Orange. A federal measure named the Honoring Our Pact Act of 2021 was recently passed in the U.S. House of Representatives, which expands eligibility for hospital and medical care for veterans that appear to be affected with herbicide exposure between January 9, 1962 and July 31, 1980. There is debate about its use on Guam, and official reports say that Agent Orange had not been used on the island. However, 14 diseases on Guam that are associated with Agent Orange, such as bladder cancer and Parkinson's disease, were noted. The next step for the Honoring Our Pact Act is the U.S. Senate. North Korea fired an unidentified projectile yesterday, but Guam Homeland Security Officer Samantha Brennan says there is no immediate threat for Guam or the CNMI. South Korea military reports that the projectile failed immediately after launching. This marks the 11th launch reported this year. And finally, a man is suing the U.S. government for negligence and malpractice. Peter F. Rivera says he had a total thyroid removal at Naval Hospital in early 2019, only to be told a few weeks after the surgery that there was no cancer found in his thyroid. The lawsuit states that Naval Hospital staff negligently breached the duty of care to him as a patient by failing to take responsible steps to establish a correct diagnosis and for performing unnecessary surgery. Naval Hospital denied Rivera's claims last September, so he sued in federal court. Rivera is seeking special and general damages amounting to $1.5 million. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Yesterday, the JIC came out and said there was no threat, but PDN every once in a while will send out their little blast with the headlines. Just so you know, they left out the no threat. So when I got it on my phone, it said threat from the North Korean missile launch.
So scary.
If it sells papers, I guess that's all right for them. 7:38 in the morning. That's Donna. And coming up next, I will share with you from Google Alerts. They do a news alert for Guam, and I subscribe. You can make them on your own, just whatever you want to follow, and they'll turn that into an alert. So I've got a Guam alert, and let me tell you what the #1 story that has been picked up and carried by through the wire all around the world about Guam is. That's coming up next in the Ray Gibson Show.
Today with the new $8 gasolina meal, 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
It might be. I don't know. Are you doing a little bit of background on the price of gas when it was around $105?
$105. It said $3.75 a gallon.
No way.
But I don't know. That's not here. It doesn't say.
In the States.
In the States.
No,
so it's probably like 4 something here.
Yeah. Maybe I'd love to see it under $5 a gallon again, just to make me and the guys over at the gas station happy, because they're unhappy with the number of people that are gassing and going without actually paying for the gas that they're getting. On screen right now, this was their Versace bougie night that they had with Pretty Bernie from over at what's the name? What's the name of her bar? Bernie's. Duh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now you know. And now you know. So that's Bernie, and there's Nick Delgado standing next to him, and I don't know the other two guys, but they're all Versace'd out and hanging out. Looks like the background there comes from the Doucet, and they had their bougie dinner that night. And I'm looking at the clothes going, I need a shirt. I need a shirt like this, Joe. I need a shirt like this. Where can I? It doesn't need to be Versace. I don't want to actually spend real money on something. I just want something that looks like the Versace. So hit me up on a DM 7978255 if you've got something similar, or know where on Guam I can get Versace style at Kmart prices. That's what I'm asking for. 741 on the Ray Gibson Show. What was I supposed to do? Do you remember? Did I say I was going to do the Nissan ad? Okay, so here's the deal, guys. We've gotten so good at moving inventory over at Nissan, they are down to just a handful of Kicks and Titans left at that incredible 0 down payment if you qualify, 0% financing, or 3 payments taken care of by Nissan, guys. Most of the rest of the 2021s are out. This promotion will end at the end of March. So if you've had your eye on a Kicks, great second car for the house. Teenagers love these things. Or the Titans, all real men like riding a Titan. Then I'd swing by NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web, get things set up, and then go put your deal together today. A booty night. That just kind of sounds fun. Didn't it sound like something we ought to do? I don't know if I don't know about the night thing though, because we got to work early in the morning. Could we? How about a bougie brunch? Could we do something like that? Just show up at somebody. You got a PHR card, right?
Oh, champagne.
Champagne.
Of course. Right.
Let me have the champagne. Sometimes they do that at some of these brunchy things, and they'll go, "Oh no, sir, we have to pour." I'm like, "Hey, dude, I'm paying $75. You leave the champagne. In fact, bring all of them here. I will watch the champagne. I will pour my own champagne in there." Sorry, I get really excited about brunches. Anyway, downtown traffic in Ipao into Waisangsong is looking really, really ugly right about now. Not sure why, but it is not triggering a whole lot of traffic on Waisangsong. You will see a lot of traffic on Route 3 making your way to Marine Corps Drive. Just stop and go until you get past the Micronesia Mall. Southbound Marine Corps Drive from there through Upper Tumon and Tamuning. It looks like intersection traffic. Ugly intersection traffic today out there in Bergada. 8, 10, and 16 is stupid here this morning. What's going on? All I can think of is more donuts over at Crown Bakery, and that's why there's so many people lining up on that side. Maybe another shipment of fresh fruit from Happy Mart in there. And then, you know what it is? The traffic, the other side of this, the Route 8 side, is just ugly traffic trying to get onto Tiedzen. And we really, really got to do something about this, mostly because I got stuck 3 lights to get onto Tiedzen yesterday. I wanted to do some running on Tiedzen, and I thought, it's a good place to go, safe, not a lot of traffic. 3 lights to get from that turn lane going northbound onto Tiedzen. And it only lets like 3 cars go, and naturally, I counted 3 cars, and naturally there's another 4 cars that want to go, so they're not sitting there wasting gasoline. So somebody at DPW needs to go out there and fix that so that more cars can turn into Tiedzen, or make it so there's another way to get onto Tiedzen. There's no other roadway into Tiedzen. There's thousands of people that go to school and work back there, and people recreating, and there's only one lousy stinking intersection that gets them through. Okay, end of editorial. Rest of traffic's looking pretty good. It's 7:44 on the point.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old timer with cheese. This is a limited time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the 2nd floor of Tumon Sands Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Introducing the phone that makes epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Top story. Top story in the news. This has been picked up by all of the newspapers and wires all around the world here. And here's the part that is going to irk you. It's not really about Guam. It's not really about Guam. There's a couple who allegedly trafficked a teen and a mother from Guam to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah, I read that one.
This will curdle your milk. Yeah. A couple trafficked a 15-year-old girl and her mother from Guam to Hawaii. When they got there, they immediately took away their passports. Kevin and Pomerine Robert are charged with felony labor trafficking. Pomerine Robert took the passports away when the girl and her mother arrived in Honolulu from Guam in August and told them she'd return the passports if they paid her money. They lived in the couple's apartment while the girl enrolled at a high school. Mom got a job at a deli where Robert also worked. The document said Robert took away the mother's pay and spent the money on things like rent, cigarettes, and crystal methamphetamine. The girl was expected to regularly clean the entire apartment, including sweeping, mopping, and laundry. The documents describe beatings, including one in February when the girl left to visit a friend. Robert found her, grabbed her by the hair, dragged her through the housing complex, and told her to smoke crystal meth. When she refused, Kevin Robert held her down while Pomerine Robert began punching her in the face. After another beating with a metal curtain rod a few days later, the girl was locked in a bedroom, not allowed to go to school. They gave her bottled water, potato chips, and a bucket to use as a toilet. Wow, just amazing. She was kept in there until March, then went to school and reported it to a counselor. The girl's mother was afraid to intervene because Pomerine Robert would also beat her. Public Defender James Tabe said Tuesday his office will continue to represent Pomerine Robert, but it's unclear who's going to represent Kevin. According to court records, Kevin Robert requested a Chuukese interpreter. So like I said, not from Guam. But these people left Guam to join them in Hawaii, and you want to make assumptions about where these guys might have come from. Chuukese family in Hawaii makes the call. Maybe friends and relatives on Guam come on over, enjoy the good life with us in Hawaii, and the beatings will ensue. Interesting case that they've got there to deal with, and that's the number one reference to Guam around the nation and the world here this morning. 747-888-8255, 888-TALK. I want to take care of some shouts and see what people are talking about on the Facebook side. Post Canteen, a reminder, it's St. Patrick's Day. Put something green on. Corned beef and cabbage starting at 3 o'clock at VFW until there's no more. I got Sarah Lake saying Magandang Umaga. Johnny Rosario, Pari's Place. Air kiss.
Yeah. Morning, Johnny.
Lou Mendiola's there. Bill Wyndham online. Gene Fujikawa saying, good morning. Can't wait until Vietnam opens up. It's one of those conversations that everybody is having these days. This post-pandemic thing. I've spent enough time talking about how I want to go to the Philippines, but I want to go in time travel. I don't want to go to New Philippines, post-pandemic Philippines. I want to go to January of 2020 Philippines. That's the one. Yeah. But everybody's saying, now, you're never going to get that. You just forget about it. Everything is different. And there's plexiglass everywhere. And you got to show cards, so that might be a pain. But I'm told that things are opening up all over. Somebody said Bali has opened up. Have you ever been to Bali?
Never been to Bali.
Donna, Bali, have you ever been?
Nope.
No, we're not real cosmopolitan people here, are we? We're not the jet setters that you hear about on the radio from time to time. I've never been there. We had reservations once upon a time to go to Bali, and then the terrorists blew things up downtown.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And I said, and it sounded like the kind of place where I would have gone.
You would have been dancing, Ray.
Exactly, doing that crazy Ray Gibson, epileptic dance that I've been doing since the 1980s. I would have been blown to smithereens. But Gene says Vietnam maybe one of these days. Sambini Young online, she's watching. I got Jeff Chris hanging out this morning. Nate Horn, we were talking about incredible kids and Donna's daughter telling stories. Nate says, I used to tell stories as a kid. My parents called it lying. Margaret Estacchio is there. Valerie Tenodra, Lee Pin, MJ Regis, Mar, John Conception. Good morning to Doris St. Nicholas and Steve R. Serban. There's Justin Cruz, John LaRue, Francis Duffy. How about Marvin Francisco, Richard Leon, Josie Cruz, Vince Pangolinan, Herman Puplo. I got Brennan Fostos there. Pete Rivera, Joanne Fullerton is picking up the program. My big little brother Dave Silva is actually in the mix here this morning. Good to see you there. Joe Boy, Nadine Cruz, Yvonne Tykenko, Pedro Betot, James Bondo. Good morning to Debbie Garcia Barlongo, Darren Torres, Joe Jerry, Jose Tetpahago, our favorite artist Ron Castro online here this morning, Mike Schneip, June Paddock. Hopeful Days is watching. Hopeful Days. Does that sound, Little Joe, like a kind of an election year account? Do we right-click and see one or two pictures?
Yeah,
and
maybe. Let's check that out.
automatically liked by Bobby Stringy.
Could be sarcastic. I don't know.
We'll see. Oh my God, Army Lynn is online saying, "Good morning, hugs to all." What did you destroy yesterday, Army?
Wow!
Tell me your adventures. Sibrai Simon is there. Hoffa Brown. Coronado, you can take tours on ships. Right on. Suli Narida Jesus, George Cabrera, Joe Ngoko, I got Chris Green. Donna Mila wondering about the negotiations. Drop that big. Let's see. The first board meeting was illegal, violating the open government laws. You'd think they'd do it right for the people of Guam. I'll get back to that in a second because it's just just kind of a head raiser, right? Eyebrow raiser. Richard Troy Gutierrez, Jessa May Borja, my bro, living in the Pacific, gave great advice yesterday. He said, you take a look at the weather forecast, and I'm almost positive he spent most of his day yesterday over at the beach taking pictures of his feet. Joe McDonald, I got Judy Shockley. No, you don't do that. No. You don't know. I've got dozens of pictures of my feet. It's one of those things where I don't feel pretty enough for a selfie, but I want to let people know that I'm hanging out at the beach. So, I'll position, there's the beer over there, and there's the cooler of the bikini feet over there, and then there's my feet facing out into the Philippine Sea. Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Okay, that must be the guy equivalent of, how girls take the two hot dog.
Oh, the hot dog legs?
The hot dog legs, yeah. That's the guy version of hot dog legs. Is beach
hot
feet.
dog legs?
Yeah.
They'll shoot their legs and they look like hot dogs.
You've never seen those?
Right
Come
on the
on,
beach.
man.
7978255, ladies, if you'd like to send me pictures of your hot dog feet.
Not the feet.
The legs. No, the legs. Okay, hot dog legs. Okay, let me see. I got Tom Anitok, Dave Duenas, who's picked up a packet. That's good. Eric Mendel, Jules Tejano, Lady D. There's Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Pareda. Peter Santos, Juan Melimanga demanded a very high salary with absolutely no experience. The hiring manager asked why he wanted so much money with no experience. He said because it would be harder for him than someone with a lot of experience. I see what you're saying. There's an interesting, yeah. I don't know how to do anything, therefore it will be harder for me to learn what it is that you actually do around here. You ought to do the extra point, bro. Mark Ina is there, and Catalina Pinala Rios, Tony Guman, Debbie Hartzler, Chech Chrysostomo, Chech Uggan, John Brown, Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove online. Boris Hertzlet is there. Ismail saying Bali is great. I'm sure it is. Brian Perez and Bruce Dinsman. Hava Drew Tenorio. Huge crowd here this morning. Busy political day for NCW. Biba Republicans. I get that it's busy. We got a note from Senator Jimmy Craig Moylan. We were supposed to talk to him like 5 minutes ago or something like that, and he sent me a note. He's like, I'm incredibly busy today, super tied up. I can talk to you after 10. And I'm going, the show's over after 10. What do you mean?
Sounds like a congressman already.
Yeah, far too busy for you. Yes, thank you for helping get me to where I am today. Thank you for chronicling on a regular basis all of the letters that get ignored by Adeloop. Thank you very much for all of that, but I'm incredibly busy today. I won't be able to talk to you until after your program, and maybe why don't you send me a list of all of the questions that you'd like to ask, and then I'll take care. I'll be Jimmy. 2 minutes, boy. 2 minutes.
We'll call his people.
Our people will call your people, Congressman.
Get Telena on the line. We'll help her to Washington, D.C. if she'll pick up the phone here. I got Marvin Meno Sablon, Hank Borja, Millie Lujan Feisen. Hey, Mills on the line. Have a day from all the way in Arizona.
Wow, Flagstaff.
Yeah. Hey, you can come back now. The governor's not. The governor's not going to make you get vaccinated.
The all clear. It's been
all clear. Yeah, like that's going to happen. All right, here it is. Sarita Garin saying, "Never been to Bali. Let's go." Yeah, that's as inviting as Jerome McDonald trying to line us up with his quote contractor, end quote, huh? It's a Brazilian contractor. You wouldn't happen to have a Ukrainian contractor, would you? Somebody that maybe from that part of the world. Francis Songa watching online as well. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Back to a couple of things that I've turned my attention to this morning, and that includes the editorial. I've mentioned this a couple of times because I want to help him drive the point that the government of Guam, except for times where they're getting an incredible and stupid amount of money from Joe Biden and congressmen in Washington, D.C. that want to get reelected as well. The government of Guam generally kind of muddles along. But now they got some money, and they're feeling good. Going to go buy myself one of the good vapes. I'm going to get that good vape juice. I'm thinking about one of those little key trucks. We'll get several. Everybody will get a key truck because they're so cheap. Yeah. Right? We just buy a boatload of those
butterflies you get when you got money in your pocket and you want to spend it.
Exactly. But this is a very rare occasion for the government of Guam, guys, and I don't anticipate that it's going to last forever. So you better start thinking about how we're going to take care of where the money actually comes from, and that's the private sector. Ed Untalan in today's PDN says support local, and then because he's that kind of guy. I've known him, but we were boys together. We've known each other all of our lives. He's one of those like a straight edge guy. Yeah, what I refer to as a two-hole punch guy. Yeah, like Dave Torrey and everybody in the Air Guard. 2-hole punch people. And,
straight shooter.
And they're not the ones that, just bend the flaps over.
No.
No, they actually use the clasp. Hey, I paid for it. We're doing it.
Yeah.
So here's the way it works here. He's got some ideas for the government. How about this one? We need to actively sustain our economy. This may mean a temporary rollback in real estate taxes imposed on buildings valued at $1 million or more. This is typical government of Guam thinking. We're going to tax these properties that are valued at in excess of $1 million. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to stick to all of these rich land barons that we've got here on Guam. And then what happens is a lot of times it's the government of Guam that is renting from all of these people.
Oh, wow.
Therefore, when the apartment people or the business building people say, "Oh wow, we got a tax here," we're going to have to pass this along as an increase in your rent. And there's the government of Guam paying additional rent on the properties that they have found a new way to tax. Yeah, that's the thinking of the Gov Guam mind. Who's the senator that dreamt that one up? Let me see here. We ought to be able to look that up, coming to think of it. How about this one? Reducing the liquid fuels tax. I say eliminate it right now if the government's got money, and there's a ton of construction happening on the roadways these days that's being supported not by liquid fuels tax but by the federal government. Permanently rolling back the business privilege tax from 5% to 4%. Mind you, Ed, talking like we're in face-to-face in front of each other, that was supposed to be a temporary move until we could figure out how we were going to live with the Trump tax cuts. The taxes are going to be going up anyway, and I suspect that they are not going to be doing anything with that. This could also mean supporting long-term development and overcoming obstacles for foreign investors. Each of these efforts will impact the quality of life for every resident on Guam, not just support a few local companies. This is one of those ideas that they're coming up with now that will float everybody's boat. The reduction in the taxes, and they're going to say, well, we can't live without that. The people are going to be saving too much money on their purchases and their services. No, it doesn't work like that. People are living paycheck to paycheck around here, and what that means is the 5% the percent that they're not giving to the lady over at Payless is probably going to go in a percent that the guy over at the towing company or the car fix-it place is going to be doing, and virtually every other place is going to be charging. Their prices have gone up as well, so the government's going to continue to get their money. Simple econ. 7:59 and change. Lots of places to go. I have not yet read the magistrate report of Chirag Bijwani a little bit, and I'm going to. People are going to say, "Oh, you're making a big deal about it." No, I would read all of the very interesting and amusing magistrate reports anyway. And if you just strip out the fact that this guy's figurehead in the Democratic Party and works for Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, then it would be just another amusing story about another random guy. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I think it's kind of amusing. So the magistrate report. So yeah, it's going to get read on the radio. What I'm probably not going to be doing is playing the Baby Shark Womba. That I think if you want to see it, yeah. It's all over Facebook if you really, really, really want to see it. Closing in on 8 o'clock in the morning, the radio station KUSG, I got you 93.3. We are The Point. Here's Fox News.
Sending more help. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden has authorized another round of military aid to Ukraine.
The president praised Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky after his address to Congress.
He was convincing and significant speech.
The president authorized an additional $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine, bringing the total of such assistance to $1 billion this week alone. That means transferring equipment to Ukraine's military, including anti-aircraft systems, anti-armor shoulder-mounted missile systems, firearms, and grenades.
This will include drones, which demonstrates our commitment to sending our most cutting-edge systems to Ukraine for its defense.
The president said he would not comment on an effort to transfer fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Zelensky again asked the West to put a no-fly zone over Ukraine into effect.
A no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require us potentially shooting down Russian planes, NATO shooting down Russian planes, and we are not interested in getting into World War III.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Psaki pointed to President Biden for providing leadership and bringing NATO nations together to impose sanctions against Russia. The Federal Reserve has raised its benchmark short-term interest rate by 1/4 point, and the central bank signaled up to 7 rate hikes this year in an effort to curb inflation. Wall Street stocks ended higher after the Fed raised interest rates. The Dow added 5/8 418. The Nasdaq added 487. The S&P gained 95. The number of rejected mail-in ballots in Texas soared to nearly 13% across most counties in the nation's first election of 2022. That's according to county-by-county figures obtained by the Associated Press. Final figures from the primary election earlier this month show nearly 23,000 mail-in ballots in all were discarded and not counted. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Another state taking up legislation that mirrors the strict abortion law in Texas.
Tennessee Republicans, after enacting one of the strictest abortion bans in the U.S. that's currently under court review, are now advancing another measure that would sidestep federal court challenges that bans most abortions. It allows private citizens to sue abortion providers and people who pay for abortions. Women who receive abortion services wouldn't be liable. The bill still needs to clear the full House and Senate before going to Republican Governor Bill Lee. At least 7 states are also pushing similar abortion bans like the one enacted in Texas, where abortions have since dropped there by 60%. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Speaker of the Wisconsin State Assembly again rejecting calls to decertify the 2020 election results after meeting privately with advocates for making the move. Americans were still shopping in February despite very high prices.
Retail sales rose last month. Americans appeared willing, at least for now, to absorb higher prices as the Omicron threat faded. Retail sales rose 0.3%. It's the largest jump in spending since last March when Americans were receiving stimulus checks. Business at restaurants rose 2.5%. Online sales declined 3.7%. Department store sales were up 1.6%. Retail sales were up even though the Consumer Price Index rose 7.9% in the year ending in February. Jenny Cosola, Fox News.
Food delivery company DoorDash is looking to help its drivers as gas prices continue to rise. They've announced they will give drivers 10% cash back when they use Dasher Direct, its debit card for drivers. And it says the debit card can be used for any gas purchase, not just for deliveries. It also says it will pay out bonuses for drivers who log the most miles. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The second day of the Hansen helicopter fraud trial started yesterday with witness testimony from the company's executive vice president. Marvin Reed testified that Hansen bought counterfeit helicopter parts starting in the late 1990s because they were cheaper. Reed says he was aware that parts from the helicopter that killed pilot Rafael Santos were counterfeit. Hansen Helicopter's President John Walker, Operations Director Kenneth Crow, and Maintenance Director Philip Kapp each face more than 100 charges connected to the use of a not airworthy aircraft to defraud the government. Reed is facing similar charges for his involvement, but his case was severed from that of the other 3 defendants, and he will be prosecuted separately. The Democratic Party of Guam's executive director was arrested for drunk driving. Police responded to a possible crash in Tumon early yesterday morning and found 27-year-old Chirag Bojwani with bloodshot, watery eyes and smelling of alcohol. Bojwani, who is also the director of policy of communications for Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes, claimed he only had 2 beers and stated he wanted his lawyer present. Officers found an open beer bottle in the back seat when he asked them to retrieve his phone. Democratic Party Chairman Tony Babauta issued a statement expressing his disappointment in Bojwani's poor judgment and insisted that he focus on himself and responsibly deal with the issue while on leave from party matters. He was released after spending hours in jail. And there could be some relief on the way for veterans who were affected by Agent Orange. A federal measure named the Honoring Our Pact Act of 2021 was recently passed in the U.S. House of Representatives, which expands eligibility for hospital and medical care for veterans that appear to have been affected with herbicide exposure between January 9, 1962 and July 31, 1980. Agent Orange is a mixture of herbicides sprayed from low-flying U.S. Military aircraft to defoliate trees as a tactic to reveal hiding enemies, was first used in Vietnam in the Vietnam War. There is debate about its use on Guam, and official reports say Agent Orange had not been used on the island. However, in 2017, Guam veterans claimed that Agent Orange had been sprayed on Guam. Although these claims were denied by the federal government, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs noted 14 diseases on Guam that are associated with Agent Orange, such as bladder cancer and Parkinson's disease. The next step for the Honoring Our Pact Act is the U.S. Senate. If passed, it will be a big step towards reparations towards veterans. More local news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has awarded Guam $500,000 in grant funding as part of the Diesel Emissions Reduction Program. The funds will support local projects that reduce pollution and advance environmental justice. $250,000 each will go to the Port Authority of Guam and the Guam Power Authority to upgrade diesel engines and reduce emissions. And a bill introduced by Congressman Mike Sinigalis to secure a National Heritage Area study for Guam was passed by the House of Representatives. The National Park Service study will identify sites throughout the territory eligible for National Heritage Area designation. Sinigalis says having historic places on Guam recognized by the federal government will enable hundreds of thousands of dollars and federal support toward areas of significance. There are currently 54 National Heritage Areas throughout the United States. And nearly $1 million have been spent to develop a master plan to restore Hagåtña. Hagåtña Restoration and Development Authority Board Chair Maria Leon Guerrero and Executive Director Lacia Casil urged senators yesterday to support the Hagåtña Master Plan by voting to pass Bill 246. Officials say this could inspire other villages to come up with their own master plans to protect iconic views such as Two Lovers Point. After an additional 10-day public comment period, Bill 246 will be up for vote. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Yeah, like the master plan they got up in Dededo, right? Just whatever. It's whatever. Any business next to any other business doesn't make any difference or sense or any of that. What do we got? Partly sunny sky. There is actually a northern Guam master plan that was put together years and years ago. I might be one of 4 people on Guam that actually read the thing. And if it was one of those, if we'd adopted something like that, I tell you what, all of Guam, that'd be everything from north of the Micronesia Mall would just be pristine and beautiful and well maintained and all of that. Partly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. East winds 8 to 15 miles an hour. We got mostly cloudy skies tonight. Lows around 77 degrees. Some scattered showers might be moving in here. We're not going to see winds any higher than about 17 miles an hour today. Tomorrow, same thing. Partly sunny skies, partly cloudy skies in the evening. Sunrise this morning was at 6:27. Sunset tonight at 6:31. Heat index going to feel like 92. Let's go to the beach degrees. If I got to be hot, let's be hot at the beach. 8:12. There's news and weather together on the point.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Introducing the phone that makes Epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your Epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also taking care of business with the guys over at Chili's. What do they got? Seafood. Well, they got all kinds of. They got ribs there that I absolutely adore. Great appetizers. Try the sliders. You got to try the sliders. You got a couple of them will show up on your plate, just enough to fill you up and satisfy that need for a little bit of beef lover love. We got the seafood though during Lent. We indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups and salads and appetizers, plus entrees too. They're located on the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. That's Chili's.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Is that Jimmy Craig on line 1?
No, it's not, sir. It's Frank Campillo.
What? Still not Jimmy Craig? Is he still too busy?
He's very busy.
His boyhood friends, and I've told you this story.
He's got to pack his bags for Washington, Ray.
Boyhood friends. We used to be bantam bowlers at Royal Lanes back when we were just little young lads, and our parents, somebody dropped me off in the morning. His mom would take me home. And just is he online too?
No, that's Juan Carlos Benitez.
Oh, man, I got too many big shots on the line right now. I tell you what, let me just get real quick from Frank Campillo, because I noticed in the newspaper there's an ad for the Chamber of Commerce's golf tournament, and usually they put Frank in charge of that, so I'm wondering if that's the case now today. Frank, are you taking care of the Chamber's tournament, golf tourney?
Yes. Good morning, candidate Ray Gibson. How are you doing, buddy?
Did you call me candidate Ray Gibson?
I thought you were going to run.
No, hell no. No. Have you met some of the people that you'd have to work with if you were one of 15 at the legislature?
I was waiting for you to file.
Yeah. Well,
my money for my donations.
No, you can still donate. You can still send me money if you want to. That'd be perfectly all right. Hey, just real quick, because I got a bigger name online too. So Frank, tell me about the golf tournament for the Chamber. When? How do you sign up? Do that kind of thing.
Well, I know you have a bigger name, but I may have to stay online and translate for him, I think. But yes. And Juan Carlos.
Wait, I got to bring him in. Juan Carlos here on with Frank Campillo.
I am always.
Buenos días. Siempre un placer escuchar tu voz. I am always honored to have Frank Campillo translate my English into real American English.
Can I get either one of you to say gasolina? Could you just...
Gasolina de Venezuela.
Ah, there we go. There we go. So Juan, you can jump in whenever you want to, but basically, somewhere I'll get around to the the details on the Chambers Golf Tournament because it's a very, very well attended event, a very well produced event, and obviously, if it's a chamber event, you cannot beat the prizes, the whole stuff that you're going to win, closest to the pin, that kind of thing. You know, whole sponsors, and you get and then there's the raffles at the gala at the end. So tell me about getting into the thing first.
Yes, let me get out of the way and do that, Ray. We have the 24th annual Chamber Golf Tournament. It is going to be next Wednesday, March 23rd. Thank you for helping us putting this information out. We have great prizes, of course, to the winners. We also have an incredible raffle that includes a $1,000 cash for those that participate. And we have great sponsors. Last year we did it. Last year was, again, during the pandemic year. But we became very creative. You know, we have everything. The registrations were online. Everybody was assigned a car. They went to their car. The launch was at their car. A lot of fun. A lot of people attended, and we expect and anticipate that we are going to have a great number of golfers also support this tournament.
What kind of numbers are you looking at? What's a successful tournament this year?
A successful tournament, we're looking at about 120. I think we're close to that, you know, so that would be good for the chamber, for the community, the camaraderie of the business community, and again, supporting the chamber events and chamber programs. Okay, gotcha.
So next Wednesday, time to sign up. When is the last time that you can sign up? Are you going to be doing on-site registration as well?
The deadline will be, actually, the deadline was March 16, but I think if people will call the chamber office and register by Friday, we will take them.
There shouldn't be a problem. Do we have seeds here? Anybody anticipating who's going to be coming in at number one, Lonette?
Well, it's a two-man baseball, you know, and anything can happen.
Okay, that's pretty. That's always a good thing. Two-man best ball, and so that means that my sole responsibility is going to be to drive the golf cart. Because trust me, if it was and look for the beer cart lady. That's my job there to make sure that all of those responsibilities. I'll keep score too. But as far as using my drives, because like I'm 13 to the green and then down in 7. That's me. I'm already minus just showing up. So we'll talk about this again soon. If you need any other plugs, just give me a ring, all right?
I appreciate that, and good luck with the interview for the Puerto Rican guy.
Not a problem. I'll talk to you very, very soon. That's my very close, very dear personal south of the border guy, Frank Campillo, also insurance guy. You might know. 8:19 in the morning, and literally just getting off the airplane is Juan Carlos Benitez from the Republican Party, and I'm just really, really excited. Well, I was, but Jimmy Craig's says he's too busy to talk to me today and formally announce his candidacy for Congress with me on the radio. But I've got you. You're the next best thing, right?
If you say so. I think Frank Campillo is quite a catch, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It reminds me I got to send him a contract for advertising.
And I'll do my plug for the chamber. I'll tell you that your responsibility is really to get a ringer to be your number 2.
I was thinking Carl Pangilinan.
Yeah, because the prices that Frank is able to rattle out of the different business leaders and business community is amazing. He puts a really good show.
I've actually been in a chamber golf tournament years and years and years ago, and I actually literally came in dead last. I came in the high net score on one of these chamber tournaments that they had, and you know what? There's an actual prize for that. My prize was a tennis racket. It was the subtle message from these guys: get out of our sport right now. Not only do not pass go, do not collect $200. Take this racket, get it strong, and go and annoy somebody else with your lousy athletic prowess. 8:20 in the morning. That's always a good time. But a big day, as I say, for the Republican Party. Domino number 2 has fallen. The first domino to fall for victory and always for the GOP was Felix and Tony announcing their candidacy for governor of Guam. Jimmy Craig Moylan all but making it official today that he is going to be going by to see Maria Pangilinan over at the Guam Election Commission and submit now his papers that will get him on the ballot for Congress. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it is a wonderful day for the Republican Party, and I think that we've been moving on track of unity and a message as we're one team. And I think this is just one more announcement that we hope that will be done today that will show how we are united and moving forward.
8:21 in the morning. Yeah, there's certainly a week for all kinds of announcements here, and like I said, Felix and Tony. I was wanted to reach out to Tony, and I'll tell you why. I know that they might still be busy putting their platform together, but you got to make hay while the sun shines. And as a sometimes consultant or otherwise political watcher of things around here, I think they need to make a little bit more noise. I think they've got to get out there with a little bit more. So I hope at some point, not to steal Jimmy's thunder at all today, but I hope at some point these guys get out there, make a little bit more noise, trigger some of the people in the DNC as well as the Democratic Party of Guam, and as well as folks over at Adelup. I think there needs to be a constant cage rattling going on. Don't you agree?
I see that, but I think the first thing is under his leadership, make sure that we end up with a one Guam approach, and we get our team all set up correctly. We get the right people to assist in the platform that we're building as a one organization, and we're very excited about it. So I think you'll see the news that you want coming up very shortly.
Very shortly. Okay. Yeah, domino number 3, and we can talk about that at length later. 8:22 in the morning. Now the other deal here, and we got to think in terms of not just what's going to be happening here on Guam with a trifecta, where you've got a representative in Washington D.C. that is a Republican. We've got Felix and Tony over at the governor's office, and of course looking for a majority over at the legislature. Job number 1 is to turn things into a part-time legislature. Job number 2, I imagine, would be rolling back the BPT to about 3%, making the government live within its means, as opposed to living on the largesse and the taxation of the community. And then the other opportunities working with, and this is something that you and Shelley get to be distracted by, is all of the things that we believe are going to be happening, a big red wave that is going to take place in November of 2022. And we're going to want to be a part of that, aren't we?
Absolutely. I think Guam is where America's Day begin, and that red wave, we look forward to starting in Guam this November. But I will remind you, and I know that Frank mentioned a candidate, Gibson, and the part-time legislature is one of our main issues in the Republican Party platform, as well as lowering the gross receipt tax, the GRT and BPT to 4% to all businesses.
Three. Just make it 3. Well, and that's a point. A lot of people are touting the idea that we've got exemptions that are built in that will impact, say, 90% of the businesses here on Guam. But the truth of the matter is, I don't know that I shop at all of those businesses. I'm a big supporter of as many small businesses as possible, and I'm happy to see when they get a break. Likewise, I fall into that category, so I'm happy to get the break as well, so I can pass that savings along to our advertisers and people that we provide services to. But not everybody is going to be able to take advantage of that. There's a lot of people that do business with the larger companies here on Guam, and they might not necessarily see that break that has been recently added to the success stories over at the 36th Guam legislature. So I think, I'm with you across the board. Take it down. I don't want to stop at 4. Let's take it down to 3 and see what exactly happens. I mean, with the numbers going backwards there, can you imagine the spend? Can you imagine the relief of the business owners who will be able to hire more people, who will be able to invest in their businesses, equipment and services more? They'd be able to expand finally because they're not going to be drawing so much money from their customers and paying that just as a pass-through to the government of Guam.
I agree, and I think our focus should be on 90%, at least 90% of the workforce receiving the benefit. It is great that we take care of the small businesses. They do need more help, but we also need to take care of the businesses that provide the majority of the work for our island, and that's what's been lacking.
Yep. Well, I mean, there's the thinking that they're not contributing their fair share, and I never ever liked the phrase fair share. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. 8:25 in the morning. So what's the deal today? All of these things get planned out, kind of like special religious events. There's going to be Jimmy meeting up with office people, family, friends, and things like that over at the Election Commission, and then what? We're going to do a procession around Tamuning. Is that? Do you know what the rest of the schedule looks like? I'm sorry, I threw you on the procession thing.
I don't know if I'm liberty to.
Oh, that's all. That's all right. Well, you can beat me the stuff a little bit later on, and it'll be one of those things. If you know, you know, and you'll just have to deal with your own fear of missing out. Welcome back to Guam. Where did you go? Is that something that we can talk about?
Yeah.
Did you come back with money?
I was in Saipan. Visiting our neighbors and talking to some of the business leaders there, see what are the steps that they have addressed to dealing with COVID. They didn't do most of the restrictions that we face here, the business closures and the segregation of the community from different businesses. None of that divisiveness occurred in the Northern Mariana Islands. In addition to that, they temporarily furloughed almost 50% of the government workers and allowed them to qualify for the PUA funding. So
we should have done that here. Oh my God, we should have done that here. Spending taxpayer dollars to pay people to stay home made absolutely no sense, and especially when all of those dollars, all of those jobs, that non-essential jobs, would have been supported by the PUA. Why didn't they do that?
Yeah, it still intrigues me. The employees would have earned more money, and on top of that, we wouldn't have left over $280 million in the PUA account unspent.
Yeah,
because that for me is what's really, really sad. Is we had an extra $280 million sitting on that PUA account approved for Guam, and that we didn't spend.
Yeah. Yep. Stop and think about it, and they didn't. There were recommendations that they did. The truth of the matter is, CNMI has been ahead of us every step of the way. One of the first things that they did, their Marianas Visitors Authority suspected that there might be issues with travelers attempting to come to the CNMI and being turned away for whatever reason. These are the same guys that came out and were asking the airlines and the hotel operators to hold off on penalizing visitors to Saipan if there had to be necessary changes to their travel accommodations and their itineraries, and I think they got that. I think they were satisfied with it. I've got a video that I'm going to play. I was going through some stuff yesterday, and I've got a video that I'm going to play, and it's a number of businesses and they played this to their, not just for themselves, but also to their visitors, basically in their source markets, basically saying, hey, it's going to be a tough time, but we'll still be here for you when this is all over. Of course, we thought it was going to be 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It turned out to be a little bit more. I do want to ask a question because there was a statement that came out from the Democrat Party of Guam with regards to Chirag Bojwani's arrest, and I've been kind of waiting for a companion statement to come out from the Republican Party of Guam. Will there be a statement forthcoming?
I have literally just arrived. I heard the sad news. Alcoholism is an issue that affects doesn't have party lines, and we feel sorry for the individual. And at this point, that's the only statement I have for you. We pray for him. We'll add him to our prayers, and I hope he's doing. But drunken driving is a serious offense, and it's something that we need to address. But alcoholism under the recession and the depression that we're facing is not going to be unique to either party, and it's something that we need to figure a way to address. All right.
Well, we'll talk about that, and perhaps there will be something of a formal statement forthcoming, but that we'll have to do. 8:30 in the morning. Juan Carlos, welcome home from your long distance trip to the CNMI, and I'm sorry, I thought maybe you'd gone to D.C., and that's why I asked if you were bringing back money, because I don't know if they actually have any money up in the CNMI to share with us.
Yeah. Will do.
All right. I'll see you pretty soon, I'm sure. 888-255-88-TALK. Bottom of the hour, and our last look at big news and headlines with Donna De Jesus coming up next.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
On screen, that video that I was telling Juan Carlos about, folks in the hospitality industry and the tourism-based retail industry, et cetera, in the CNMI, holding up their flags, holding up signs. We will be here for you when you get back. We're all in it together. Stay strong. You remember that? There was at the beginning of the lockdowns and the shutdown. You are stronger. All of these motivational sayings that we would normally reserve for the signs over at 76 Circle K. And these guys put all that stuff up there. And I remember playing this a couple of years ago from your friends in Saipan. I remember playing the video a couple of years ago. And it was kind of fun for the people on Guam because they were looking at that going, oh, I know them. Oh, I'm related to them. Oh, I know that guy. When I'm in Saipan, we golf or whatever. You know, I'm wondering out loud here, 2 years later, having been through what we've been through, I wonder how many of the people in that video live here now. Moved to Guam. I got on the first available flight and said, I gotta get myself to Guam. But it sounds from talking to Juan Carlos like things might be bouncing back a little bit faster out in the NMI, especially where it comes to the hospitality industry. Do they still have the casino? Is that thing still open? Is that going?
I don't think so.
It's a weird
but
thing.
I'd still hit it.
They've had bad. They've had bad luck with gambling facilities in the NMI, haven't they? 8:32 in the morning, and time for our last big look at news and the headlines with Donna De Jesus. Donna, what happened?
This happened. The investigation continues as police wait for the autopsy results for the child who was brought to the Estumbo fire station early Tuesday morning. A 5-year-old boy was rushed to the fire station with injuries and transported to GRMC, where he was later pronounced dead. The cause of death has not been released. GPD says they are waiting for a medical examiner to fly in from Hawaii to conduct the autopsy. After 2 days of jury selection, trial begins today for the man accused in the murder of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Rudy Kanata pleaded not guilty to the charges of murder and aggravated assault. He will appear before Judge Vernon Perez. And rescue units from the Guam Fire Department were dispatched to a report of a missing swimmer at the Tagatsang Beach Park earlier this morning. PIO Kevin Riley says at around 5 this morning, the body of a 50-year-old female was recovered after being found 150 meters outside the reef. No other details have been released as of news time. And Samsung has offered to settle its case with the contractor's license board for erosion problems at the Mangilao Solar Project. The board is one of several agencies taking action against Samsung for sludge contamination at Marbo Cave last year and originally voted on a $25.5 million fine. Samsung's settlement offer was $250,000, but the board's acting executive director, Linda Ibanez, recommended $300,000. And that was your last look at headlines.
This is a digit here. There's a whole digit there that's missing. No. We're not settling for a fraction, and certainly not a fraction that small. I mean, a message has got to be sent to far and wide that there are parts of our environment that we value, and this is a big part, not just of the environment, a cultural, and ecological. Just what a major sin this was, and I don't understand how you go from $25 million down to $300,000.
I think a whole story is missing in the middle here.
There's I don't know what went into the negotiations there, did she have the sole authority to make that decision? Who did she talk to about that? Because government of Guam, we could always use an additional $25 million.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Oh my God! Can you imagine what we'd be able to clean up if we had access to $25 million that we could go out there and give that to the mayors? $25 million, we'll split it up between all of the different mayors out there, and they'd each have, in excess of $1 million to be able to go out there, get every single junk car off the roads. We'll be able to zabao every prominent feature on Guam so that you can see the ocean from just about every street on the island. There's so much that they could have done with that, and all of a sudden, no, we pled down to $300,000.
Could have gone down let's try
$24 million. Okay, we'll settle at $20 million. As I said, $1 million for each of the villages. 19 sounds about right. Yeah. And you can start making the checks out to Angel Sablan right about now. 8:35 in the morning. I don't understand that, and I would hope that somebody is looking into that and saying, wait, excuse me, I'm sorry, she's not authorized to make that deal. It's just, I'm the governor. I'm the one that you got to talk to about all of this stuff. So, I used to run a bank, so I know about money, guys. 888-8255, 888-TALK. You have a fantastic rest of the day, and I can hardly wait to see all of the different stories that we are going to be touching on tomorrow on the Ray Gibson Show, which will continue after these.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile Team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile Team.
They make smiles happen.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Man, I'm on the second hole on Wordle, and it's giving me a hard time. I know there's an O and an E.
Oh, wow.
That's it. And the E is the last letter in the word.
Let it marinate.
It's only 5 words, bro. Five letters, bro. Yeah, that's the challenge of Wordle is you don't realize just how many words you think are 5 words until you actually do the count, and you go, oh, there's 6 letters in that. Oh, I guess that's not. I cannot make that fit. Like my buddy Rudy Rodolfo over at Burger King, and they got that little sign out there on Marine Drive, and every once in a while they try to do a promotion with things from the menu that have far too many letters for the size that they've got on the thing. Did you see the 76 sign day?
No, I didn't see it.
Somebody do me a favor. Take a picture.
Quote?
Well, it almost feels like one of those "Who Hurt You" 76. It's got that feel on it. So somebody's feeling kind of emotionally raw, I'd say, over at 76 Circle K, and it shows. Do me a favor, hit me up with a picture if you've got some time. If you're on the road, snap a picture of it and send it to me so I can put it up on the screen. 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number around here. Happy St. Patrick's Day, one and all. Is it for you? Is it a happy St. Patrick's? I don't know generally what makes it happy. I actually looked it up a little bit ago because I was kind of curious on this is not a big kind of Chamorro Guamanian event. I don't know that there's other than leprechauns and talking Irish or eating green cabbage and things like that. I just don't know that there's a whole lot that connects with my faith. So I asked the question, what is it about St. Patrick's? Says there's many legends associated with the life of St. Patrick. According, he miraculously drove all the snakes of Ireland into the sea. Now that's something that sounds like we could use here on Guam.
Hire him at Department of Agriculture.
That's what I'm thinking, bro. Right up there. He's said to have used the 3 leaflets of the shamrock to explain the concept of the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and he reportedly raised as many as 33 people from the dead.
Amazing.
It sounds like something working a Stephen King novel, if you ask me, but don't, because I'm kind of busy. 888-8255, 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. When we were talking with Juan Carlos Benitez, he seemed to be telegraphing that there was going to be another announcement very, very soon that I would enjoy, and I can only assume that it might be the announcement that Mike Sinicolas is going to be leaving the pin that represents him in the House of Representatives. Put that on the table. Leave that for Jimmy or Telena, to be fair. And we'll be running instead for governor, apparently, and lieutenant governor of Guam. I think that's what his plan is. Because I keep hearing about Rod, maybe my classmate Rod, but really, maybe that would be he's enough of what did Cousin Troy refer to him as, a political unicorn. That maybe that would be the thing. For the first time in the history of Guamanian politics, we've got one guy running for both governor and lieutenant governor. If I was doing the paperwork, I'd give that a thought. 20 away from this guy. I know is not going to be running as his lieutenant governor. There's an obvious bias that's built into a conversation. Pete Santos is on the line. Good morning, Pedro.
Good morning, bro.
Hey, what's up, man? Are you excited about Jimmy Craig Moylan?
Hey.
Are you excited about Jimmy turning in his paperwork?
Here's the thing. I got intel that the water's going to go out in Tamuning, and they're going to close the GEC at 11.
Well, it beats a bomb scare. All right. Well, that's interesting. So do you know exactly where the valve is, bro?
Well, they're going to have a hit and run.
Okay. We're in a dark place right now. Let's move back a little bit towards the light. Bring on the sunshine. So I got a thing this morning from a buddy of mine, Republican, and he says, well, this is not good. And what it was, my friend, he sent me a link to corruptionguam.wixsite.com. Guam corruption, and it looks like one of these websites they put together specifically to take a hatchet to the entire MSN campaign. And I'm just gonna point blank ask you. You don't have anything to do with this, do you?
No, that gets sent to me, and I was asked if that was mine. I was like, no. They stole my letter to the editor and put it on there, and they even took my picture from my Facebook page.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, and so, for clarity, I just want to, there's going to be people that say, Peter's this, Peter's that. Everybody knows that Mike and I get along. You and I get along as well. We don't really have a chance to do a whole lot of talking about how Pete Santos would attack certain issues here on Guam. But, it is what it is, and there's an obvious bias that you've got as a sentiment against Mike St. Nicholas for whatever reason. So it's natural. I'm very, very happy to hear, though, that despite that, all of your dealings are above board, and you're not into black ops and psyops and things like that. So I'm very happy to hear that, Pete.
Right, and as you know, we're having the launch pretty soon of Responsible Guam PAC, the Political Action Committee. We've already filed. We're just waiting for verification on all our Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all that. It takes a while to get the verification that I'm a real live bona fide person and not a member of the troll patrol like the other side, right? So, anyways, I was going to say...
I like that take, not the stroll patrol, the troll patrol. That's awesome. Tell me about... I've only read I've only know about it what I read in the Guam Daily Post a few days ago. But so I'd love to learn a little bit more about your PAC. Now, a lot of people will put together a political action committee specifically to either push candidates or push issues. In this case, you are kind of looking at things differently for your PAC.
Right. We're not going to take any stance on any issue. We're strictly not going to endorse any candidate. We're just going to be like the political mythbusters, right?
Love it.
Anyone who puts out any kind of campaign, we're going to fact check them. And if what they say turns out to be true, we'll give credit where credit is due. But it's the honest, intelligent alternative. I have to put in that word intelligent because, Ken Leon Guerrero puts out a lot of stuff, and I believe he's sincere and honest. I just don't believe he does that much research.
Interesting. Well, considering that he's not officially a candidate yet, I don't know that there's anything really to fact check other than what he writes in the editorials.
No, I'm just talking about when he talks about issues or when he talks about other candidates. If he has filed a PAC, then he can't run. Just like me, because I filed the PAC, I cannot run for any office.
Would you consider the concept of going a little bit further? And this is something I've talked to David Letty about. Is it David?
Phil.
Phil. No, you can't keep that family down. All of them are run together in my head. But Phil is going to be working with the Chamber on their action pack. And I have asked him to put together, if you will, kind of a report card, primarily on the candidates that were supported by the action pack in 2020, and take a look at the job that they've done and the things that they promised they'd do, and give them a report card for, how, grade them for the ones that made it for how they did. And I'd kind of like to look at some of the campaign points that were made, not just in 2020, 2020. But going back to the gubernatorial race in 2018, thinking about some of the things that Governor Lulian Guerrero and Josh Tenorio claimed that they were going to be doing for all of the people of Guam and give them a grade on each of those platform planks. I'm too lazy to do that. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Oh, we are planning that, but we're also planning a questionnaire to send to all the candidates, and it's up to them if they want to answer or not. But if they don't answer, it's going to be a big, spot on our website saying refuse to answer, right? Refuse to cooperate with federal investigators. But anyways, the questions are going to be hard-hitting questions like, have you ever been forced to resign from any job? Have you ever been arrested? Have you ever, because these are the information that doesn't make it out to the general public, right? So we want to put one spot on the internet where you can look at every single candidate that's running for office on Guam and see whether or not they answer that questionnaire and what their answers are to those types of questions. Have you ever been arrested for a felony? Have you ever been arrested for any kind of sexual type of crime? Right? Those are all the hard-hitting questions that we're going to ask. It's going to be just like a background check for a federal investigation.
Some of that information might be part of the candidate packets that they have to fill in. There's obviously affidavits that suggest that they haven't done anything that get you 5 years. And then you got to get a police and court clearance. But you're right, that generally stays with the packet unless somebody sends a request to the Election Commission to...
Right, and that's our point, is we're going to put it all in one centralized location to be at everyone's fingertips to make it easy so when they go to the polls, they don't have to guess about, do I know anything about this guy? This guy's a no-name but even though they're a no-name, you'll have at least some background information there for them.
Right. Are you worried, though, that the answers, because these guys are crafty and they got people that know how to write stuff for them. Are you concerned that some of them might end up gaslighting you or just throwing a lot of, word salad at the paper in order to distract you, or at least to be able to say, I did submit a response. They just didn't like it.
Right. We'll annotate the, whether or not we found it to be truthful.
Any chance you might any chance you might be doing this on video? A lot of people, and I'm again laziest guy in media. A lot of times I'll take a look at some of these things. PDN and the Post like to do these little question and answer deals with them. And unless I'm really interested in their opinions on the questions, I generally just kind of skim through all of that. But when video is intriguing, and so is audio. Any chance you might be able to get some kind of electronic interviews going with these guys so we can hear the silent, pregnant pauses in between your hard-hitting questions and their simplistic derivative answers?
Yes, those are all these things are under development, Ray. As the race intensifies and as election day comes closer, we'll be filling more and more content because right now, there isn't really that much content to add.
Yeah.
But it's gonna continue to grow and develop. I wanted to say, Ray, because I know we are limited on time. Jimmy did great on his OJT in Washington because look what he did to you this morning. He's pulling a Mike St. Nicholas on you.
Oh man, I'm so mad about that. Not really, but I'm kind of low key bummed that we're not going to be able to talk about it.
Tired. He's taking a nap.
He's
That's
busy.
what Michael St. Nicholas does.
Pete, can I tell you this is a Wordle in 6 kind of day. I've got that feeling, a Wordle in 6 kind of day because even Dr. Ron McNinch, somebody who gets virtually all of the airtime that he wants to, calling up the different medias, he makes a point in his article in today's Guam Daily Post about how tight he is with members of the media. Mentions my old boss Rex Sorensen, talks about Sabrina, Chris Barnett, even cousin Troy. Does he mention me? Hell no, I've been snubbed. I got this the second time I've been snubbed today. What the hell? But I got Pete on the line. Yeah, so I don't know. I may have to take some solace at the bottom of a whiskey bottle a little bit later on. Wait, I don't like whiskey.
Hey, I remember way back in Washington, how we made acquaintance out there.
We did.
I think you don't remember. I was just a high school kid, but I remember how we ran into each other, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's a Gibson."
Wait, Washington State or Washington D.C.?
State.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, remind me a little bit later on. I'm getting that weird sweaty feeling because, Washington has been fun in so many different ways.
I'll keep that off the air, but So, anyways, getting back to Jimmy, you know, he's channeling Mike St. Nicholas. He said he was busy. He's Ray, I'm here talking to you. Joe contacted me at like 5 this morning. I was in my wood shop, right, because I'm making stuff for Mess Tomorrow. And then I got to go drop my kids off. And then, oh, by the way, I got to go back to this murder trial that I'm doing.
See?
You know,
making time for me.
Time for you.
Well, and I'm
for you, Ray.
I'm going to reciprocate, Pete. I'm going to reciprocate. So I want to be a fanboy of your political action commission. You know, if it was one thing, you know, you got it after MSN, and everybody knows what your position is on that. But I like the idea of somebody out there that has got the time and the inspiration and the methodology to be able to ask some questions that voters need. We desperately need new thinking in all of the halls of our representatives, from the governor on down to the legislature, on down to all these boards. We need a new kind of thinking. We have to somehow or another disrupt the status quo as much as possible. The people of Guam are hurting in so many different ways, and I think the gap. Confidence gap, certainty gaps between people in the private sector and people in the public sector are beginning to move miles apart from each other, and we've got to find ways to lift everybody's boats in these interesting new, soon-to-be post-pandemic times.
Thank you, Ray. And just so to reassure you, when we do gain the ability to start purchasing ads. The Point is one of the companies that we're definitely going to make sure that we send some business your way, because we know that your listenership is far and wide, and also more of the thinking type. If I can say that.
Absolutely, they do the thinking for me. You can say that too, Pedro. Anytime, yeah. I'll talk to you again.
You and Tall Tales.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate that. I'll take that as the compliment that you mean it to be. 8:53 and change.
Uncle Bob was trying to convince me to run for office yesterday. I said, if anything, I'd probably think about AG, but not this time around.
Well, that'd be fun. A race with you and Levin and Doug. That would be exciting. Hey, look, I just say what you want to, and then there's people that absolutely love Levin, and I consider him a personal friend of mine. But as Attorney General, and especially with the kind of crime wave that we are seeing, and you were involved in that one way or the other. I just wish that there was more that the criminal justice system could do to find these people, and instead of pleading everything down to basically we're going to let you out for time served and all of this stuff, and these guys are bouncing right back on the streets and committing some more crimes. You know exactly what I'm talking about, and there needs to be more on that end. Cops are doing the jobs that they're supposed to be doing, but there's something missing in between the policeman and the guy over at the Department of Corrections. We've got to bring those two together as well. I'll see you soon, my friend.
That's that. Thanks, Ray.
888-825-5888-TALK. On screen right now is the picture of the 76 Circle K. The kiss you gave me in my dream was so real.
Oh, my God.
Right? Somebody is on an emotional tear over at 76 Circle K. Now, I don't believe that was the one that I saw this morning. So it's possible that they've changed it, or maybe they were in between, because I don't recall that being it. But it was definitely emotional. I wish I'd had the sense to take a picture of it, but I was occupied with driving to work in the morning. So there it is. The kiss you gave me in my dream was so real. You ever have those dreams like that? I used to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember first marriage, and she had those dreams that were so real about me and one of her workmates. Yeah. Oh, that was a bad day. Yeah, you and so you were kissing and holding hands and were hugging and everything.
Yeah, it's like it's
and
real.
Went into the room, whatever. And I'm like, wait. This happened in your dream. It did not happen in real life. Yeah, but still, There's women out
We
there.
all know that one, Ray.
Yeah, there's women out there.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And they're going to argue with me about that. So what's your point? What are you trying to say? I'm just saying that, this not a normal thing to actually kind of happen. 888-8255-888-TAA, okay? While I'm thinking about all kinds of stuff lined up for the next hour of the program, what I like to refer to as the small talk portion. And I'm sorry, I'm going to hem and haw through this just real quick because there is a picture that I'm trying to send to the WhatsApp. And a reminder, I think somebody sent it to me going, Ray, we know how badly you miss your occasional trips out to the Philippines, fun and excitement, adventure, and some of the most beautiful and warmest people that you'll find anywhere on the planet. But really, what I miss the most is the Olongapo 6-course meal, which is, as you see here on the screen, it's a shish kebab and 5 San Mig Lights. Actually, San Miguel. I've never been a big fan of regular San Miguel. San Mig Light, that's my jam when I'm there in the Philippines. And have you ever noticed? I don't know, but when you're there, have you ever noticed it kind of hits you different?
Oh yeah,
the San Mig Light.
Yeah,
it's like every bottle is like Budweiser is the same. You can get a Budweiser anywhere on the planet, and they all taste the same. San Mig Light, sometimes a little bit stronger, sometimes a little bit less strong. Sometimes you'll have like 3, and then you're hammered, and then other times you can drink like 17 and nowhere near getting fade. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing. But yeah, it's those kinds of things that I miss. I miss the Tipsy Pig and the way they make amaretto sours and all of the. There's just so much. I hope to get back there. The guys online talking about those kinds of things. What's that? Thank you, Joe. Oh, my God, Ray. Putting on Frank Campillo and Juan Carlos on at the same time. Ratings gold, I tell you. It was ratings gold. Every once in a while, you can send... Oh, God, I got another one from another one of my political insider buddies saying, hey, Ray, can you send me that link for this corruption Guam Wix site that you were talking about? Dude, it's evil. It's evil. I'm going to see if I can get it up on the screen in the next hour of the program so that you can see exactly what it is that we're talking about. And there's going to be more. There's going to be more of that kind of thing. Guam politics, especially in the gubernatorial year, can get just absolutely ugly. Ugly. I mean, my name had been, for reasons I can't say on the radio, my name had even come up in some of the black ops that were floating around in 2018. And I'm sitting there going, really? You gotta be kidding. Oh yeah, we can make things uncomfortable for you. Go ahead and try. Get in line. There's a whole list of people that want to make things uncomfortable for me. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour, and I don't know where we don't often get a chance to talk about national politics, but there's also a couple of other interesting things that are floating around out there, including this that I saw on Twitter just a little bit ago from CNN. Desperately looking for something to talk about on their television network, CNN asking the question, Tucker Carlson's pro-Russian comments on Fox in the wake of the invasion of Ukraine makes one wonder whose side he's on. Carlson's comments are so extreme, a recently leaked memo, love the way they do that at CNN, from a reliable source says that from the Kremlin even asked state media to highlight his show. Really now, CNN. God. What are the real journalists doing today? I'm a commentator. I'm not a journalist. I like to look over their shoulders and see what's going on. And that CNN is among the reasons why nobody pays any serious attention to anything. It's like The View, 24 hours a day. Yeah. You just kind of go there for amusement and entertainment, wondering how people's brains, how you can get to be so rich and famous and powerful with brains so unbelievably small, just minute. But I'm guilty of that. 8:59 in the morning. Coming up, I got Fox News Live. They might have a couple of these, I don't know, what was it, Tulsi Gabbard said something the other day, and now they're starting to refer to her as treasonous. Did you see that?
Yes.
But it's Tulsi. She can take care of herself. She's uniform wearing woman. So I'm sorry. I'm just killing a little bit of time between here and the Fox News. Lots and lots to talk about. Table of contents that I barely got into. No, I have not yet read the statement from the Democratic Party of Guam on the arrest of Chirag Bajwani. I have not yet read the magistrate report. I think I'll invest some time in that in the coming minutes on the Ray Gibson Show. You've got the telephone numbers. You got the meme machine. You got the Facebook Live. Did we not get on YouTube this morning? I can't see us there this morning. So hit me up on those channels and we'll talk. Here it is, 9 o'clock, Fox News.
In Ukraine. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Thousands of Ukrainians on the move during another round of attacks in a port city. But for those who remain, supplies are running low as Russians intercept humanitarian aid.
In hard-hit Mariupol, in the south, Ukrainian officials say about 30,000 civilians managed to evacuate in the past 2 days. But humanitarian convoys into the city were again stopped by Russian shelling. A theater where hundreds of people were sheltering was destroyed by what Mariupol officials call a Russian airstrike. No immediate word on casualties. And Russian forces have reportedly taken hundreds hostage at a nearby hospital and were using it as a firing position. It's the same hospital where a maternity ward was damaged last week. The doctor there says he's near the breaking point after treating the injured and dying children.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Kyiv. Another $800 million in military aid headed to Ukraine. President Biden made the announcement after Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky made an impassioned virtual address to Congress.
At the request of President Zelensky, we have identified and are helping Ukraine acquire additional longer-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems.
Some members of Congress have called for sending MiG fighter jets to Ukraine, but the president did not comment on that possibility. And President Biden signing the bill to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act. The bill was first put in place nearly 30 years ago, and the now president helped shape it.
It didn't change the law. We set out, and remember, some of you way back when I first wrote this legislation, to change the culture.
The law had lapsed over disagreement over whether dating partners or stalkers should be kept from owning firearms. That part was dropped. The current law says a spouse convicted of domestic violence can't own a gun. A court has ordered Jussie Smollett released from jail on bond during the appeal of his conviction. America is listening to Fox News.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing the point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
New voting laws in Texas resulted in a large number of rejected ballots in the nation's first primary election.
Tougher voting rules approved by the Texas legislature led to a higher than expected number of ballots rejected in last month's primary election. An analysis of ballots by the Associated Press indicates nearly 23,000 were discarded and uncounted across the state's 187 counties. Experts say that number is abnormally high. Republicans say the new rules are designed to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat, but Democrats contend it's an effort to suppress votes of those not aligned with the GOP. Rich Dennison, Fox News.
A critical Colorado River reservoir has fallen to a record low level, raising new concerns about a power source for millions of people in the West. Federal water officials say Lake Powell on the Arizona-Utah border fell below 3,500 feet yesterday. Western states had set that mark as a buffer to keep the lake from reaching a level that would prevent the turbines at Glen Canyon Dam from generating power. Federal officials say they're confident Lake Powell will rise quickly with springtime snowmelt and Glen Canyon Dam will stay productive. Country music fans get ready to celebrate their favorite music videos.
Country music star Kane Brown is the leading nominee for this year's CMT Awards, celebrating the best in country music videos. Brown getting 4 nominations, including the top honor of Video of the Year, along with Male Video of the Year, both for his hit One Mississippi. Kelsey Ballerini, Mickey Guyton, and Breland and Cody Johnson are all triple nominees, including nods for the coveted Video of the Year. Carrie Underwood, who has won a record 23 CMT awards, is also nominated for Video of the Year, as are Brandi Carlile, Cole Swindell, and Lainey Wilson, Casey Musgraves, Luke Combs, Maren Morris, Miranda Lambert, and Taylor Swift featuring Chris Stapleton.
Fox's Steve Rappaport. The CMTs will air live April 11th on CBS. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
What happened?
That's you, Ray.
It's me?
Yeah.
Do I need to talk about this on the radio? My invitations now?
Oh, nice.
It's Sandra. Please vote for Sandra Regis. Say Al. Vote for a voice for the voiceless. She's I believe this is the very first of her fundraisers, right?
I like it.
Here it comes. $25. It's at Bell's. Used to be Franny's. Out in Manila, right next to the Domino's, right? You know where I'm talking about?
I do, yeah.
All right, so you go this way, and that's the back way to GCC, know what I mean? Okay, or the front way to GCC.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, so right there at the corner, Saturday, March 19th, 6 p.m. until 10 p.m., $25 gets you in, gets you 2 domestic beers. Hey! Live entertainment, poo-poos, there'll be raffle tickets sold. What am I playing for in the raffle? What did she tell you what kind of stuff they're going to be raffling off?
The prizes were.
I need toilet paper.
Yeah?
I need toilet paper and...
She's listening right
now. I need some of those little Tide the Tide
Pods?
Yeah, the Tide Pods.
Oh,
I need some of those things.
Ray?
No, I'm not eating.
Okay,
I'm
good,
using
man.
them. I discovered that there's... and I don't know. Here's the thing. Do I really need... If I've got... some of the women will chime in on this. And maybe a couple of guys, too. Sorry, hate to gender profile. Okay, boy, bachelor, I don't separate. I just throw everything in. I don't use hot water. I just throw everything in at the same time. And so I usually put, regardless of how many clothes there is, I usually put just one Tide Pod in there. But I was reading the package, and it says, if it's over this many clothes or this much in the water, you should really use 2. But I don't know if that's marketing. It might be marketing, right? Where they're saying,
definitely.
Oh, yes, for best results, use 2. Best if consumed before, March the 30th of 2020. I don't know. But anyway, so we got raffles that they're giving away and poo-poos and domestic beer, live entertainment. She doesn't say what kind of poo-poos that we're talking about. Sandra, I'd like to make a request. First of all, let me just say, I don't know. I'm gonna let me take a look at my calendar because Saturday is kind of crazy for me. So as far as, but if I do show up, it would be a pleasant surprise if I was able to get my hands on chorizo shots. I love chorizo shots. I don't know that there's anybody that does, and it's one of those things. And what I consider to be one of the defining characteristics of whether or not this is what I consider to be a successful fundraiser. Because I mean, you can go to some fundraisers. You know, you get the guys come out there, same food you eat at funerals and things like that, or you get the ones that are a little bit simpler, where folks are bringing stuff from the house, or it's bells, swing by Domino's first, and bring in one of those things. So I'm hoping beyond hope that this is going to be one of those kinds of things. Saturday night over at Bell's, it's going to be Sandra Seo's fundraiser. If you've got some more, if you've got Democrat or Republican, as long as I like you, I'll publicize it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the deal. So a lot of people go, oh, Ray's only taking care of Republicans. No. There's going to be some Democrats that I like. The truth of the matter is, as long as, I like you, if you haven't disappointed me too much, then I might go ahead and give you some airtime. 9 after 9 o'clock in the morning. There is absolutely no disappointment. Just love for my cousin Troy from over at Candid. Buenos Den Holiday, cousin Troy.
Buenos, good morning. Sorry, I just woke up, so you're one of the first 3 minutes of my life.
Wow. Is it, wait. So was it Pari's place last night again?
No, John Tavares and Will Parkinson gave me edibles, and I ate half of a gummy edible thing, and I don't know, it just knocked me out.
Wow. Some people say too much information, but we're blood, so I'm going to just take you at your word here. You go, boy. 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and you know what? I got to share this with you. I got to send it to you, but I'm going to put it up on screen right now just because it's a really, really pretty picture of some very good friends of ours, including, let me see here, it's Nick Delgado and Bernie from Bernie's. With a couple of other guys, and it was their bougie night out, and so everybody's wearing Versace.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, great shot. At any rate, so a big day for Candid News yesterday. It seemed like every half hour I was getting something from you about some really, really interesting current events. And first one that we'll start with is the arrest of Chirag Bhojwani. He's the number one guy over at Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes' office, and also number one guy for the Democratic Party of Guam. Looks like those duties are going to have to be fulfilled now by Tony Babauta. Your thoughts on the interesting magistrate report, and then the response from the Democrats.
Well, we actually didn't put that out as a story. I mean, I got the mugshot.
I just assume if I see something titillating that it came from you. I'm sorry. I'll just take the credit anyway.
Well, I mean, the reason we didn't put it, there are a couple of reasons we didn't put out. One is, we don't normally cover stories of DUIs. We stick to violent crimes and family violence and sexual assaults and stuff like that. And I know there's an angle of he's the executive director of the Democratic Party of Guam, but I kind of thought, big whoop. This DUI could have really happened to any of us could have been pulled over and sent into jail for DUI. So it's just and I thought that the Democratic Party response is just over the top. It's a little dramatic. Just be quiet. Let him do his community service. It can happen to the best of us. Except for maybe the Calvos, or if you're the current governor of Guam, then, it's not going to happen to you, but it's really.
Well, okay, to the degree that it is something that we've talked about here today, because there is a notoriety in his position and the rank in the Democratic Party position with the Vice Speaker's office. They were compelled to make their points in commentary that they provided the Guam Daily Post yesterday. So there is a story there. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, but stripping away Chirag's name, as I thought, it was one of the more interesting and amusing magistrate reports that I'd seen, and I oftentimes read interesting and amusing magistrate reports, which is one of the reasons why at some point before I'm done, I am going to go over it, because it's funny to me. If it had happened to anybody else in the community, no name person, it'd still be funny to me, and I'd still read it.
Yep, it's a very funny magistrate's report. You're
as they go, as they will. I mean, there's some things that I won't run. I mean, I've got Wombas, the artificial intelligence website, where you can take a picture of somebody and overlay some music behind it, and they do a little song and dance to it. I've got, I think, 4 or 5 of them that came out, and they're all over Facebook if you want to find those kinds of things. Now, on the response from the Democrat Party, I took a look at it, and I even sent a note to Tony Babauta. I said, thanks very much for not Ray Tenorioing this thing. I mean, I think their handling of it and his write-up of it, I think, was mature, and avoided, teaching moments and the apology tour and things like that. I think they're talking about what happened in a reasonable way and say, we're going to watch our friend get better with himself, and in the meantime, somebody else will be doing the work for the Democrats.
Yeah, I thought it was responsible. Over the top, I thought. A little dramatic, but yeah, it's still responsible.
Well, we're talking about the Democrats here, and as you're fond of reporting from time to time, their responses to many things can be kind of dramatic and over the top. And coming from my gay cousin, that's saying something, okay?
They can take off their ruby slippers and get off the yellow brick road.
Well, and all right, so enough of that story. There was another one that you covered yesterday, and another one of these guys, of some notoriety in this community is somebody that I've worked with, shared office space with, Evan Montville-Cohen from time to time, and there was even a time where we were working together on digital marketing concepts and ideas, and somebody said, "Well, are you sure you want to do that?" And I said, "Dude, I put so many air gaps between me and him and money, it's not even funny." So we were left harmless by any of the machinations that many people had questioned over all of these years and kind of wondered, if it was something that went home with him. And apparently it was. The testimony that was provided and we all read on Candid yesterday was, if anything, jaw-dropping.
Yeah, so we looked into Evan Montville-Convict's
He said Evan Montville convict. Okay.
We all knew him as that. But we looked into his we opened that letter from his wife, and we didn't put her name because there are people who will know who she is and all that stuff. But I mean, she's clearly a victim of abuse, and we thought we're going to respect her privacy that way. Even though what she filed was a public document, still, and she even in that document she puts their son's name, the names of family members who he's, according to her, abused as well. And so, it's just pages and pages where she tells the judge the kind of person he is, and she even talks about the brain cancer thing, which a lot of us knew about back in the day. Not that we knew about. I mean, that Evan Montville-Convict told. Like everybody who he knew.
We were always kind of skeptical about.
Because
brain cancer
therapy, and he was bald, but he had eyebrows. It was a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, I mean, but the allegedly pretending to have brain cancer. Sorry, my dog, my puppy.
That's okay. Your dogs just don't like me. As soon as they hear me, through the phone, they go, "Hey, it's Cousin Ray, bark."
Go away from them. The allegedly pretending to have brain cancer, it was just part of the story that she told of, 29 and a half years of alleged.
I cannot imagine, but yeah, it's documented and written out, and can you imagine the things that she left out in that? But it is eye opening and jaw dropping in that there's somebody that I think in any kind of relationship you would hope would come to bat for you. I would hope that even in my relationships, all of the exes, if it ever came down to me and Francis Tadeko Gatewood, that I'd at least get a couple of nice notes to say, yeah, he's not that bad. Take it easy on him. But in this case, here comes the ex-wife saying, throw the book at him.
Yeah, and please give him the maximum, because if he has any opportunity to be free again, all he'll do is hurt more people. And I can read him like a playbook. It's exactly what he'll do. He is a predator. She calls him a malignant psychopath. I actually have to look that up.
Wow.
But I mean, I know what a psychopath is, but I don't know what a malignant.
Well, imagine 29 years of that, and I know that she's trying to put her life back together and move on with her own business and take care of the son, and applaud them and wonder what's going to be happening with that. It's kind of the opposite of what we normally hear about when people write letters to the judge. 9:18 in the morning. Cousin Troy from Candid News. The other big story, and I'm referring to it as the second of the dominoes. Felix Camacho and Tony Ada deciding and announcing that they're running for governor was domino number one. Domino number two would be Jimmy Craig Moylan stepping away from the legislature and dropping off his paperwork for Congress. I understand that he's going to be doing that now. They're going to be having some kind of a press statement of some kind over at the Election Commission or elsewhere that they are preparing for. And then after that, there's going to be domino number three. And I had Juan Carlos Benitez on the line while you were in Sleepyland. And he said, there's another announcement coming up soon that he said, you're going to like it. And they're talking about unity a lot. And I'm thinking, well, I can't imagine another kind of unity other than, the idea that there could be some support by the Republicans for Mike Nicholas to run for governor. That's the third domino.
Oh, wow. I wonder what that is.
Well, what's going to happen soon. I mean, what was the conventional wisdom? One of them was going to announce their candidacy, and then the other was going to make an announcement. In this case, Jimmy Craig making an announcement to run for the seat that is currently being held by Mike Nicholas. And I'll tell you what, those guys are buddy enough that it's not like they would run against each other for that job. So it's just that waiting, the anticipation for the shoe to drop.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so Jim's I think it's happening now, if I'm not mistaken. I got some things from Bobby Srini last night. It didn't say what time, but I heard it was going to be at 9. Anyway, so there's that, and then it's just anticipated that Mike Nicholas is going to announce his run for governor like anytime soon.
It's sometime soon. Certainly not today, because I don't think Mike could steal his thunder. So I'm anticipating tomorrow's Thursday, maybe an announcement on Friday. Actually, I do it on Thursday. I do it.
No, today's Thursday. So,
oh my God, today's Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Wait. Thanks, Real Joe. Appreciate that. Looking at me. I just had a Biden moment. This is so weird. It's so weird. Did you catch his gaffe the other day talking about the First Lady's husband has got COVID and somebody had to lean in and say, "Excuse me, sir, you are the First Lady's husband." Oh, yeah. Okay. So tomorrow would be a good day, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not crazy about big drops on Friday. And it would be so easy for the governor to neutralize that by coming out with something like, yeah, we're looking at the numbers and we're okay with dropping the mask mandate. And that would neutralize the effectiveness of an announcement by Frank. Oh, I'm sorry, by Mike.
In the Kabul administration, our favorite thing to do, whenever like bad news was coming, or like someone else had like some political enemy had great news to give out, and we wanted to we'd be like, tax refunds, everyone. Tax refunds are coming out.
Well, they've been doing that. I don't know to what degree. I don't know what kind of bump they're getting in any kind of attention. People are used to, and in fact, frankly, should not be putting out a tax refund announcement because it's actually part of the job of the government of Guam to bring money in, and if somebody's overpaid, to send them a check and a refund. Why we still do press releases on that is beyond me. And I don't know. Maybe I've got a couple of extras in here, but Sandra Seau has sent us some invitations to go party with her at a fundy tomorrow night over at Saturday night over at Bell's, and she says yes, there is chorizo shots, no Tide Pods, Tide clothes soap, big packs of toilet paper, and a 50-inch TV, among other things.
Wow! Yeah, she dropped off our tickets yesterday.
She drops them off to you?
Yeah.
All right, right on. Okay, well, maybe we'll all hang out together. And as I said, political gossip and smart-ass comments all night. 9:22 in the morning. So those are the big stories that were catching my attention last night. Is the Chirag, the Evan, and the Jimmy Craig Moylan announcement. And so I wonder what today's news is going to bring. What do you think?
We have reliable source information in our continuing coverage of the mess going on over at the AG's office, that the AG even has ESGR complaints against him and has mistreated a prosecutor who is in the reserves, I believe it is, and not allowed that prosecutor to be paid while on military leave, even though personnel rules and regulations allow for the use of compensatory.
So ESGR is going to bat for him. That's among the things that they do. I mean, they've got a couple of things that are quite notable that they do on an annual basis. But one of the things that they will do with I think a great deal of energy is to go and uphold the laws that protect these guys, that protect our country and their families when they're away. That will be interesting. I got this story here. Funny story about the gag order at the AG. We got an email saying absolutely all correspondence with anyone at the legislature must go through Rebecca Perez Copper. So I hit reply all and asked to relay to Senator Rigel that I regret not being able to attend his son's birthday party that he invited me to. Quote, it was not well received.
Yep. I mean, this is crazy stuff. This is the attorney. It would be.
What happened to transparency? What the hell is going on out there?
Well, where's the love for the law? Because it's one thing if we're talking about the senators or the governor, but we're talking about the Attorney General of Guam, the guy who has the decision on prosecuting crimes and on defending government of Guam cases. This is berserk. It's crazy. And you know what? Was it Fred Bergallo? He was on our show talking. He was a senatorial candidate on our show.
Yeah.
And he brought this up. He said, this is one of those reasons that it's probably necessary for us to not have an elected attorney general, because what happens if this happens on the first year that they're in office? We have to wait 3 years to take them out. Whereas
it's the same way I feel about Biden, but yeah, I can understand that, and it's one of those things where you get somebody in office and you go, okay, well, that was an interesting first year. Well, they got 3 more years to really get into the grind here and really understand the nature of the work and start doing it. But there have been criticisms, and I've been vocal about mine. I just always feel like the Attorney General's office still works for the governor's office, and Doug Moylan spent all 4 years of his term as the Attorney General on Guam, establishing the independence of that office. So it's troubling to me to see it move in the opposite direction. 925, I think that's an interesting story. I'm glad that you're grabbing it with both hands. And if folks have any more information or other correspondence that they have been blocked from providing, get a screen cap and send it to me, and I promise I'll send it to Cousin Troy so that he can add that to the arsenal and take an already interesting story and then make it much more so.
And the AG's office really is saying nothing about the whole thing. They're not responding to any questions.
Unsurprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But,
just the facts, man. So here's what's going to happen. Like everything else, we're going to get gaslit with other press releases, and they're going to say, "Oh, we've just joined this other, national lawsuit. We're in the pool of this, that, and the other, or we got finally a guilty conviction on somebody that absolutely deserved to go to jail." You know what I mean? We're going to start seeing that kind of thing. Hey, look at us. We're doing our job. Don't look over at what Cousin Troy is saying. Just read this press release.
They're going to sue Jelly Beans next.
Jelly Beans. They're sneaky little things. Those jelly beans, you eat them by the handful, and every once in a while you get the one that's supposedly flavored like a booger, and you're going, hey, who put this in here? This is not Jelly Bellies that I like. 926, cuz I'm going to let you run. You have a fantastic rest of the day, and I can hardly wait to see what the news brings us.
Yeah, we have senatorial candidate Dwayne St. Nicholas coming on at 11 a.m.
Okay, all right. So wait. Sorry, Dwayne, but honest, who's he?
I don't know. That's why we're going to find out. But
where's he work? Who's his mom and dad?
He's a businessman. Comes from just a hardworking family.
Yeah.
I think he's been a teacher before. I just know a little bit about his background. He's relatively young. But he wants to make changes in the legislature, so I want to hear what this is.
Yes, as much as possible, disrupt. We are tired of the status quo and have been tired of it for generations now. It is time for some new thinking. So I'll be looking forward to that interview. And if he's really fun, then beep him my number so he can come over here.
Got it.
All right, because that's the rule, Cousin Troy. I'm only doing political interviews with people that you and I like.
You know what? You got it.
All right, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. Cousin Troy on the line from Candid. Just waking, surprisingly lucid, considering he just woke up from...
Good man.
From his deep edible sleep. That's so funny. And he outed the guys that gave it to him. He actually mentioned Will Parkinson. Will.
That's great.
You make those yourself? Is that what goes on? He doesn't live too far away from where I do. I'm thinking it might be, just literally a fence away. So we'll watch and see. I need to pass this along. I got a note from my friends over at the Guam Running Club, many of whom I literally have not seen in 2 years, since the what was the last one? Was it the USO run for the Heroes race that they had?
Yeah.
I think that might have been one of the last ones.
20 pounds ago, right?
Yeah. Oh, maybe more, bro. Maybe more. But they come out today. We have exciting news. The Guam Running Club is happy to announce the first in-person 2K, 5K for 2022. They're calling it the Run Back to Normal 2K, 5K. It'll take place Saturday, April the 9th, so I've got time to train. I got time to drop some weight and struggle to get my cardio back. Cardio has no memory, bro. You know this, right?
Yeah.
You get all healthy and you take a break from it for too long, and then all of a sudden you go, okay, 5K, no problem.
You're at the bottom again, man.
Full boy, yeah. Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It goes on. It says this is a free, nice, no frills event. No registration is required. Check in on race day, where runners will be asked to sign a waiver, which is the usual. By no frills, we mean no timing results. No age division results, and no T-shirt. Charity and nonprofit groups will be present for information and donations. A raffle prize drawing will be available for all of the participants. That's nice. The race course will be, it's the easy one, guys. This is the easy one. We start at Chamorro Village, south, turn around over at the Lou and Josh's office, and then head back to Adelup. And usually at that time of day, there's not much by way of a headwind that's going to slow you down. There might be a little bit of it, but usually not too much. And I'm hoping that there will be enough runners there that you've got an opportunity to draft behind 1 or 2 or 3 or 11 people. Showtime 5, go time is going to be at 6. They will start the 2K 5 minutes after the 5K. No matter how slow you go, you're still lapping the people on the couch. Which is the phrase that pays. I'm hearing from a bunch of running friends that have run other kind of races, and they said that here's the problem now, is we don't see each other all that often, and so the Guam Running Club might be doing the half marathon or something like that. The big marathon is coming up this weekend. The Guam Running Club's marathon. It'll start in Mangilao at the university, go around the campus a couple of times, and then head on out to. You're already making that face. Really? Twice? Oh my God! And then you get on to Route 4, and run a few miles into Agana around the Paseo. And unless they've changed it, I don't think they have. And then it's southbound all the way to the Port Authority of Guam. And you're thinking, oh, just a little jaunt into the Port Authority of Guam. How about that? No, it's actually a couple of miles in before the turnaround, and then you hit the turnaround, and then you've got a couple of miles of generally one of the strongest headwinds. I have no idea how they orchestrated that peninsula. Maybe one of the strongest headwinds that you will ever face. But once you get out of that, then it's only another bunch of miles until you get into Agate, and you're going, oh, I love Agate in the morning. Well, good, because you'll get to see all of it. Because you come into Agate, you make that turn at the bottom of the hill, and wait a second, no, you got to actually go in towards the Rizal Beach, and then you come out.
Oh,
is that right? Am I thinking about it right? Yeah, I think so. I'm not 1,000% sure. But anyway, so you make that turn at any rate down in Agate, and then you have to run all the way down to the marina. And then it's over there, and you're thinking, that's great, I'll just jump in the ocean. The question that I have for that one every year is will the restaurant be open? And it usually isn't, because it's still kind of early. When I get in, because I'm so blinding fast. Yeah, whatever. But I'll always have somebody down there waiting for me with a cooler. Because that's what I need. That's what you need after you run 26.2 miles, is something cold and frosty and refreshing and laced with a hint of alcohol in it. And you're going to say, yeah, but it's like 10 o'clock in the morning. And my response is, I don't judge you. You don't need to judge me either. Whatever you've heard, screw it. It's probably true. 9:32 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Life is getting harder and harder and harder. As many of you know, we've watched the meteoric rise in prices on just about everything. Gasoline went up. It's coming back down, but it went up, and that's the thing that kind of irks me. What else is going up? Oh, my God. I'll tell you about 2 of the most unnerving emails that I've gotten in the last couple of days right after these messages.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date? What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy.
But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lovers' holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Introducing the phone that makes Epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your Epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
Hey, guess what? She's talking about S22, and it reminded me. You know what? It reminded me of the Sentra. The Sentra over at Nissan. The 2022 going for about 22 grand, 22,927 is the price on the Sentra. Now, this easily the hottest automobile on Guam. You're going to love the price, and you're going to love all of the standard features. Now, you can make a comparison between the Sentra and virtually any other car in its class made by any other manufacturer, and you will find that the Sentra is absolutely loaded with what they refer to as standard, what the other guys are referring to as, well, those are options. Yeah, we gotta call a guy in Japan to send that out so we can install it before we deliver it. But yeah, you can get something like that, and you get yourself into a Sentra. It's already there. Rear automatic braking. What's that for? Ask the guy at Nissan. He knows what that is, but it's standard. Easy fill tire alerts, blind spot warnings. You know what? You take a look. You go downtown again, right? And they've got these. They're not regular parking stalls. You kind of angle into them. I hate those because I always get in between. It's always going to be the car. There's going to be a big van on the side, and you can't really see around it. The geniuses over at Nissan have figured out how to do the optics around the back end of a Sentra so that you can see what's going on back there. Blind spot warn. And when you're in traffic, I'm one of those guys where I've always got to be doing this to make sure that I can get into that lane. And why are you doing that? They've got these things. They got gizmos out there. Put it on the rear view, on the side view mirror. That'll tell you that there's somebody coming. I love that tech. Standard on your Nissan Sentra. Intelligent key doors, push button starting, front leg room, 44 inches. You will feel like you're in first class on a Polaris airplane. And like I said, the price, $22,927. Now, I don't know what kind of deal they've got on these things with your good credit, but I know how to find out. NissanGuam.com. Well, I got the phone in my hand. I use this for work, honest. Wordle in 6. That's what I'm thinking today. Just don't know. It says Facebook sending me a notification. It says James Moylan added a new photo. Wow, that's what he's doing instead of talking to me.
Oh, wow, yeah.
He's doing social media.
Don't look at it, Ray.
I just
don't look at it.
I'm not going to look at it. Never mind.
Put the tear emoji, the one with the tear on it.
When he does call, I'm just gonna whatever. You know that look. Oh yeah. Oh, you've got time now. But it's the second snubbery today. I can't believe it. The 40-some-odd years man and boy in this business, and you'd think I'd at least get a nod from Dr. Ron McNinch, right? He's another one when he calls.
He's off island.
What?
Yeah. He's in Washington.
He's snubbing me from off island?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
He's snubbing you from Washington.
He writes, column writing, builds bridges with Guam media and prominent supporters, blah, 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 blah. In the last 20-plus years working with the Post in the Guam area and its variety, I have a fan base on Guam. Members of the public talk to me all the time because of the articles I write. They tell me all the time, run for senator. I always jokingly reply, I would never stoop that low, ha, ha, ha. I do this column every week as a form of community extension work. And then he makes reference to PDN, KUAM TV and Radio, Pacific News Center. Given my long-standing efforts, I know all the players in Guam media. Rex Sorensen was a dear friend of mine, and he was an ethical and genuine person. He was also a certified public accountant and a true citizen of Guam. I also know Lee Weber. And then he goes on to talk about Lee. He says, I first met Sabrina Salas of KUAM when she was a young reporter. She's still a young reporter, bro. What are you trying to say? What kind of friend are you? Sabrina, you going to let him get away with that? She later led KUAM TV. I also knew Chris Barnett when he was a media comic punk with Andy and Julius. They all grew up and became excellent commentators. I know Troy Torres. And so I'm reading the rest. I mean, I'm going through this going, where's the part where he says my name? Look at this is Tony Leon Rez. Justice Ariel. This is Lujan. Okay, it was GIB. My name pops out at me, which is odd. You know, we get the back of the Guam Daily Post. This is me not getting snubbed. Pack Beer, Gibson, named IIAAG tennis MVPs.
Nice.
Yes, that's it. But it's not me. It's Dakota Gibson from the Friars. Thanks, Ron. 9:39 in the morning, and as I said, I'm annoyed for a lot of reasons. I got an email from the guys over at actually came to me from Apple, and it's a thing about Hulu. And apparently, the programming on Hulu is just getting so good. And all the big shows and the movies that they've got on Hulu, all the connections to all of the big play. Yeah, it's going up. I think, what is that? The new price, my old price was $11.99 or something like that. Now it's $12.98 or $12.99 or something. You know, that's going up. I got the same thing. I printed it out. I don't know where I put it, but I got the same thing from Netflix. Netflix's price is going up. I think it's going to be like $15. You can tell I'm annoyed by this because my voice is getting up real high up there.
Everything's going up, Ray.
Wait, annualize all of these increases around here, and I'm sitting around going, wait, so you're really now seriously eating into my beer drinking money. It would be one thing if I was at home all the time doing nothing but watching television, but that is not necessarily the case. Although, I got to say, I started watching the Adam Project, Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, I heard that's great.
So far, so good.
Okay.
So far, so good. I fell asleep on it last night. I'd gone to go watch Pop Rocks and Soda, and then I got home after Jamaican Grill, and I ate one scoop. I told her, I said, one scoop. I said, are you sure? You know, it's the same price. And I said, yeah, just one scoop. At 9:40 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. My name is Ray. Who's this?
Hey, good morning.
Oh, look who found time to call in. The very busy. I'm sorry, I'm so tied up. Jimmy Craig Moylan.
Good morning, Ray. And yes, there was a few long-distance calls and getting preparation done, and I'm actually driving to the Guam Election Commission, and you are the first person I called.
Yay! Because otherwise, if I found out you called Patty or Chris, I mean, it'd be over. It would be, you would, no, I would, no, is that Jimmy's on the phone? Let him wait.
Curtains.
I certainly understand that. I certainly understand that you were there all the time for us, and you heard us, and you allowed me to come on the air with your listening audience, and I'm there, and that helped me move forward to making that decision today. En route to Guam Election Commission, just a minute away from it. So I'm going to walk up those stairs, and I'm going to put in my paperwork to run for your U.S. delegate for the people of Guam.
Congratulations to who do you have helping you up the stairs at the Guam Election Commission? Who will be by your side, Jimmy Craig?
Well, we have asked for a lot of folks, especially for GOP to be represented well there, and to my friends and family also. I invited them to, but it's a work day. We hope for the best, but I do hope that they do come, because this decision was it's long and hard to get to this point, and till this final time, and we were prepping for it, and we're ready.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll try to make it. I'll try to make it to the after party a little bit later on.
Yeah,
and there is at least one other event that's happening. Well, on for my family, Jimmy Craig, and me personally, and I'm proud of you. I don't know if that sounds condescending or anything, but I'm very, very proud of you. You and I were friends. You taught me how to bowl. You taught me how to score at bowling, and we've always kept a pretty tight string on each other all of these years. So I was delighted when I heard that you were running for senator, and now that you've got your sights set on Washington D.C., I wish you all the best. I will support you because I believe in what you are doing, but I'm going to support you because I consider you closer than friend.
That's what I need, Ray.
It's going to be a tough journey, and this is what I need. And this.
Oh,
is
hell no! This is gonna be easy. No, getting to DC is not gonna be a problem for you. All you got to do is beat Talena. And I don't know. It's honestly, you think about everything that's been done, said in the last couple of years or over political careers. I think this is a natural step for you. I don't know how natural it is would be for Talena or Pete Santos or anybody else. I think that you've groomed yourself very well to take on this role. Of course, it does get other questions being asked. I mean, what's the race going to be like? Jim Moylan against Mike Sinikolas.
Sure. And that question, I'll be happy to answer to you tomorrow morning. You're the first program I'm going to talk about that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Tomorrow, after the dust settles from today, why don't you swing by here before you hit anywhere else? We'll take you when you've got a few minutes and bring you into the studio. We'll talk about the experience and talk about your plans for Guam and Washington, D.C.
I'm sure we can work in a few minutes there. I'll check that calendar to ensure. But I know we also have a AM call with a delegate, or rather a congressman from where am I? Florida, coming from Florida. So we're continuing our relationships that we started with, with that short trip that I spent out of my own pocket to get to D.C. There during the time of the State of the Union address. I met over 10 congressmen, not their staff, but congressmen. I met with our delegate from Saipan. I met with our delegate from American Samoa, Puerto Rico as well. And we're continuing on these conversations. So tomorrow morning, I have a conference with Congressman Dunn from Florida at early morning. But certainly thereafter, I'll make sure I can get on over to talk to you.
You're always welcome, Congressman. I kind of like the sound of that, Congressman Moylan. It's 9:45. And just a couple of comments online here. Harvey Egna, who's also got designs on your soon-to-be vacant seat over at the legislature. He says, "Congratulations, Delegate Moylan." And Brennan Fausto says, "Yes, indeed, got my vote." And these guys, they know a lot of people, so they're going to spread the good news around. And if you really want to pick up a whole bunch of other votes, VFW up in Jigo, they're going to be doing corned beef and cabbage starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And there's a whole bunch of people. I'd love to shake your hand.
Happy Irishman Day. The blood of the Irish.
Happy St. Pat's to you. Let's get things going. Tell Maria Pangilinan I said hello and get that paperwork in. All right. Jimmy Craig. All right. Jimmy Craig Moylan on the line here this morning. A delightful opportunity to spend. I'm taking it all back, everything I said about you snubbering me. But remind me when McNinch calls in. You just remind, because you got to do that with guys.
Yeah.
Got to do it, because I forget who I'm mad at from time to time, and then I'll talk to like Shelly or Mon, and they're, why are you talking to? Don't you remember when he did that thing? He did the thing. And you remember you were so mad about the thing, and now you're talking to him like your lost Catholic cousins. What's up with that?
I'll remind you, man.
All right, thanks very much. I appreciate it. It's one of those things. You bury the hatchet, but somebody's got to remember. Somebody's got to remind me where I buried it, just in case I might need to use it again. Current time here at the radio station is 9:46. I'll return in a moment. Oh, yeah.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Half a day. This is Jade again from Security Title. And in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capra pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
nailed it this morning. 9:48, and still lots and lots to talk about. I have not made it all the way through the table of contents here this morning. I certainly have not looked at what the other media consider news. Guam takes 5 spots at Associated Builders and Contractors 2022 top performers list. Good job there, Dan Paris. How'd you get stuck with that story? PD Municipal Planning Council to consider proposals for the old USO property. That is something I'd like to see done with that. I have a lot of affection for the old USO. I learned to swim there, and not very well, but I did. I learned to swim there, and it was easily one of our favorite kind of family beaches to go to if we weren't, because back in those days, almost needed a 4x4 to get down to the beach in Tumon if you weren't going at some of the tonier places. But it was easier to get to the beach over at USO, and they had a nice lifeguard out there. Forced austerity in 01 produces favorable audit for the Guam airport. Yes, of course, because nobody was coming to the island of Guam. They had to make different numbers. Well, good job, you guys, for that. Sustainable housing among topics at the UOG conference. Of course it is, and as it should be. We've been talking yesterday about the radical costs of everything going up. So in addition to if I wanted to do something at the house, buy some lumber, that's going to cost money. And then now that I don't want to go anywhere because gas is expensive. So I just sit around the house and watch TV. No, now that's more expensive as well. Netflix up there, Hulu's up there. You can't catch a break right now. Let's go, Brandon, as Bob Klitsky says. In 10 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning. Frank's on the line. Buenos, ten half a day, Alpha.
Hey, half a day.
Have a cool.
Hey, Cello, how are you, man?
Awesome, bud. Awesome. I'm just, I'm very, very interested in the news these days. As each day passes, we get closer and closer to the election, and there's more and more for guys like me to talk about on the radio. And frankly, I'm glad because I was getting kind of tired of COVID.
Yes. I just wanted to make a comment. I think Moylan would be the right choice with the Republicans in position to take over the House. I think it's time we need a Republican in there. They're from what they're saying, they're really gonna have a majority.
I got my fingers crossed because there's just so much nonsense that seems to be coming out of Washington D.C. these days, and just too much. Just the work of Congress that needs to get done are really important matters, and we sit around with all of the rest of these non-issues as opposed to keeping track of the day-to-day business. For heaven's sakes, we're at a stage in these, as I said earlier, momentous times that we are living in, and I'm no longer confident that there's anybody in Washington, D.C. that can see straight, and I worry that could plunge us, Guam included, into a worldwide conflict. I don't want to say World War III. I think a worldwide conflict that I don't know that we or our children are ready for.
Yes, it's a scary times we're living in right now, Ray. And, if the Republicans take the House and take the Senate, maybe we can rein in some of this idiocy.
I hope. Well, but I'm going to say some people would consider it also a kind of an idiotic thing. But one of the things that they're pushing for out in Washington D.C., the Senate now is poised to take a position. No, the House is a position on daylight savings time. They want. I'm serious. I don't like daylight savings time. I don't think anybody does. But they're about to make it so that the United States of America no longer observes daylight savings time. And I'm going.
Yeah, that's very important to the Democrats. You know that.
No, I think it's a Republican pushing it. But all things being equal, I just don't know if that ought to be of a national priority.
He must be a Democrat parading around as a Republican.
That happens, or a Republican that's a Democrat parading as a Republican. What do they call that? Rhinos, Republican in name only.
Yes, Ray, and I don't know about that. Pete throwing his hand into the fray there. Pete, he's a lawyer, huh? Mm-hmm. And he got time to call in all day on all the radio stations, and he's handling some serious cases. And I don't even know how he finds the time to be calling in and listening to the radio all day.
Well, you know how slow things move at the courts, don't you?
You ask me, man. I want my lawyer to be working on my case instead of listening to the radio and commenting on politics.
Well, I don't know whether he mentioned a murder trial that he was working on. I don't know if he's if he's defending somebody.
He's the one handling the Kanata case. that's a serious case, and if he loses that, man, Mr. Canata's going to be real mad at him.
Well, yeah. I got what you're saying. All right, well, I'll take that under advisement, as the man says. Frankie, I'll talk to you pretty soon, bud. Thanks for calling in. Love hearing from you. That's the 9:53 and change. Here's the note from Netflix. Hi, Ray. Let me personalize this. Hi, Ray. The cost of your plan has changed. This change takes effect Thursday, the 14th of April. You can view your updated membership details by visiting your account, and it'll link to take it to the thing. My new plan price for standard Netflix is $15.49. On top of that, the $12 now from Hulu. And I also have the Amazon. What is the Premier or whatever? I've got that one as well. And I imagine that's probably going to be going up too. It is possible that I will be paying almost what I was paying for a basic cable subscription one of these days. And that's what I was trying to avoid. And not I don't like cable. I worked associated with the industry for 13, 14 years. And so, yeah, I got a lot of love for cable television, the concept, the people behind it. I'm crazy about them and the technology and all of that stuff. But I was trying to get away from that. Hey, we're all looking at the same thing. You just need an internet account. And then you can stream anything from all kinds of places. And it's hardly going to cost you anything. Netflix, I remember Netflix. Netflix was the mail-in service that we had. What did that cost? Nothing? For them to send you the little Netflix, envelopes. What a great day that was when you opened up the thing and there's bang 1, 2, 3 Netflix movies out there, and I hated it. Every once in a while I'd watch a series like that 70s show. I watched the entire series, but I watched it on the DVDs that they would send out. And you got so many seasons, and you can't get them all on just 3 DVDs. And apparently, I wasn't the only one in the family that wanted to watch movies. So everybody else is like, Dad, can we get a movie from Netflix? No. Get your own account. How dare you? You need to do more chores. What is this? Go wash my clothes. Iron my shirts. Get out of here. 9:55 in the morning. So that's going up. But how are people dealing with that kind of thing? The answer is, everybody is coming up with some kind of a side hustle. As it turns out, I'm not as good as selling drugs as I thought I was, so that's probably not going to work for me. But I know, guys. There's never been a better time, they're saying, to start your own company. Americans have witnessed the biggest business startup boom of our lifetimes. Here's the numbers. 5.4 million people applied for small business licenses last year. There's almost a double jump from 2019 before the pandemic. Global investments in startups shattered records in 2021, $643 billion, 10 times what it was just 10 years ago. Why are people doing this? Why are people starting their own businesses, their own side hustles? Number one, it's a safety net. The job market for college-educated talent is hot. There's a viable plan B if you fail, no matter how hot that is. You can work from anywhere. There's a lot of these businesses now where you don't need an office. Talent is spreading. Your ability to find partners and workers is no longer confined to your physical location. We learned this in the pandemic. What do you mean I don't have to do my job at the office? I can do this from the house? Well, why haven't I been doing it from the house forever? Costs are sinking. Many workers no longer expect an office or a building, so one big cost has vanished. At the same time, you can start websites and leverage cheap open-source technology for prices unthinkably low just years ago. In this industry, in the radio industry, back in the day, if you wanted to be in the commercial-making business, you'd have to buy all kinds of expensive stereo equipment and mixers and solid gold microphones and all of this stuff. You can go on Amazon or Crutchfield, get yourself one of these little podcasting things, plug it into your computer, any computer, and all of a sudden you are putting together state-of-the-art quality, almost audiophile quality, certainly better quality than what even radio stations were able to produce just a few years ago. You can get yourself, and much of the software that you're going to use, absolutely free or near free. Virtual help, almost any service that you need, accounting, HR, instantly available in the digital world. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They work in your time zone. You win by losing. Employers yearn for entrepreneurial spirit, so they'd value your experience, even if you fail, as most startups will. And everything is fair game. Almost everything you see, touch, and use is being invented in real time thanks to technology and the pandemic. So if you've got the sense of, I'm not even going to say Robin, the two guys, the Lewis and Clark, just beating a new path into something, today would be the greatest day to do that. There's the technology is available. The people are available. There's an outfit called Fiverr, Fiverr, and you can get anything from Fiverr. You want a website built? Bang, do it. You need an app taken care of? Bang, they'll do it. Voiceover work. Those little drawings that people use for explainer drawings that you see? 100 people that do all of that stuff. So look into it, Fiverr.com. I've used the service before because we're a small business here at the radio station, and I like to think that we are also pretty good at supporting other small businesses. Wow, made it all the way through the show without reading that Chirag magistrate report, didn't I? And the reply from, we're on top of things around here. Maybe tomorrow. Or who knows? Let's see who gets arrested tonight. God hope it's not me. Radio stations, KUSG, I got you. What?
I hope it's not you or me.
Yeah. But I already got Angel Sublime working on a letter for me, just in case. Just in case. Because I certainly, look, if I was Chirag, I'd look at some of the statements that came out from the boss in the Democratic Party and say, hey, wow, thanks for all the help, guys. Thanks for leaning into that. Really appreciate it. Seconds away from Fox News Live here on 93.3 The Point. Coming up, we got Brian Kilmeade, a bunch of other right-wing bomb throwers, and then Tall Tales at 4 o'clock this afternoon with his honor, Bob Klitsky, and maybe he can figure out what the magic is to get the YouTube thing working. Hey, look, I gotta go because the Fox News Live's coming up next. For Real Joe and Donna De Jesus and Jerry Roberts, my name is Ray Gibson saying thank you so much.